Hello, hello, hello. Uh-oh. Your Yada is broken. Playing with scissors? How so? I don't see how it's broken. It's still parsing emotes correctly. Oh, it isn't. Oh, I see. It took me a second there. Why not? It's working for me. Anyway, welcome folks to Stream 105. It's a rainy day, and so my camera is really misbehaving, and so I'm having to really aggressively turn the filter up. So I'm gonna look kind of spooky with transparent lens here and there, and my chair is like fading in and out of reality. But we're gonna go for this stream anyway. So, continuing the work I did was starting yesterday, I'm gonna do some more prototyping of the server upgrade downgrade process. Although I'm starting to wonder if this is the right thing to do. I got some feedback on Adam's Discord that perhaps instead of having this file transfer mechanism at all, we should just be posting versions of code to somewhere that the servers can get to. I have to think about that because that could be a security problem if the place I put the versions in is not at least as secure as the channel that I use to do the download now. But yeah, still thinking about that. But in the meantime, I'm going to continue on the path I was on, which was that we're going to have mechanisms to upload packages and then remove and list the ones that are already up there, and then sort of a little dance that the cluster will do whenever we change versions. So remove, update the files, add it, cha-cha-cha, all that. So these notes are kind of copied from yesterday. So yesterday I really got stuck on this. The problem in JavaScript where we want to take an array buffer and get a raw string out of it. And I was kind of talking about this in Adam's Discord, that it is sort of a academic at this point because it's really not the right thing to do to get it into a string and then put it in JSON and then send it as a text message. Because the biggest thing is because the JSON takes an enormous amount of time to parse. It's like 4 megabytes for a 1 megabyte message. And it's got all the characters that fall outside of ASCII are Unicode coded with the 5-character or 6-character replacement string, so it's awful. But anyway, what it turned out to be the problem I was running into is I was using this string from character code apply. What this is doing, this is a prototype for all functions, is that it will call hold on. See if I get this right. It will evaluate this to a list, and then it will call this function on this object, so that basically there's no this is null. Actually, this is the function it's going to call, right? It's going to call string from character code, and then give it this list as the arguments. The problem was I was using a very large, like 2 to the 20 or beyond, like basically a megabyte as the length of this list, and there's a limitation. You get like the equivalent of a Stack Overflow if you try to go beyond about 2 to the 16. So with Adam's help, we made this Chungus solution where we break up the array into pieces, and I just picked 2 to the 15 because actually it was again Adam helping me. He profiled different chunk sizes, and 2 to the 15 seems to be like the optimal size, at least on our machines, for the chunks. At this size, we get the best performance. So we're converting the array of bytes into a string, one chunk at a time, and concatenating them together. Hey there, Rayleigh Monkey and Multiple Pixels. How are you guys doing? So this is the Chungus solution. And there's an alternate solution. Yeah, it's actually up here in comments. So this was, I think it was Romania Hate or Freak Technique, one of those two, told me about the buffer class. The code is a lot simpler, but internally I found out that at least the browser implementation that's out there for the buffer2 string ends up just doing a loop, which is really not really bad, but it's pretty bad performance-wise. The code is nice though. So I'm leaving it here in the hopes that someday the performance gets better and I'll just use that. I am using buffer now for the hex string because it supports this hex encoding, which is really convenient. And I'm using this hex string for small digest strings anyway, so the performance doesn't matter so much. So I'm just going to use that. So doing that, I'm now able, okay, it's maybe not the best way to see it there. I need to change this, I think, to a fixed size font. It's easier to see it in the cluster overview. So it's able to receive the package. The size is enormous because of the JSON encoding, but the hash does match. And the performance numbers show it's only 500 milliseconds total. And most of that is in the JSON parsing. Where did I print that out? Oh, actually that is the JSON. The JSON parsing takes that. Okay, it's just a little bit off the screen, right? And I'm disappearing. I'm melting away. And my camera is needing adjustment. The lighting is really bad because it's very dark. Okay, there it's a little bit better. I don't want to see the little blue dots. Okay, that's as best as I can make it. Anyway, this is the 500 milliseconds to do just the JSON decoding, and then 43 milliseconds total to do everything else, which I've broken up into 22 milliseconds. I actually can't remember how this is broken up. Right, for the UTF decoding, and then 1.5 milliseconds to reduce it to bytes from Unicode code points, and then 17 milliseconds to compute the digest with my hash code implementation. So it's really not that bad. Even doing the JSON stuff, it's still not that bad. It's less than a second. But in the real thing, I'll probably just send it as binary, and so we skip this step of the JSON encoding and all that. So yeah, I have package uploaded. I think what I wanted to add first was a feedback mechanism so that after it's uploaded, we'll send back a message. Oh, there's another thing I wanted to show you guys. So I was talking to myself mostly yesterday about instead of doing this in this browser JavaScript, something more automated, like scripted. And I was wondering to myself, can I do this in Python? And it turns out you can. So I have a Python implementation of this. So this is like a tri-language stream. We have C++, we have React, and now we have Python. So Python there has this async IO. It's more than a framework. It's sort of like a way of writing Python code, asynchronous Python code. And WebSockets is built on top of that. So fundamentally, you have an event loop and you just run it and you pass it a task. So this is the task. And it's a lot like the JavaScript async stuff. So in this task here, we're calling WebSockets connect and telling it what to connect to and giving it some context for the SSL. And it's going to do this asynchronously, and when it returns, it's going to give us the result as WS, and then we continue. So this is a coroutine according to the async IO documentation. I don't claim to know everything about coroutines, but essentially this whole thing is a task. Every time we have this await here, or async with, it will put the task on hold and do other tasks if there are any until it gets to a continue. So it'll continue when we either send it or the connection is broken or we interrupt the program. So anyway, we connect, and then we send our admin ID, and then we send a subscribe to the state, and then we send basically the same thing I was doing in JavaScript. It's a little bit different, but actually kind of similar to how we were doing the string from character code apply. The equivalent in Python is just take an empty string and join a mapping package, which is the array of bytes, through the CHR, which converts them from bytes into characters. And then it has, just like JavaScript, it's got lots of libraries, dependencies that we can pull in. So I pulled in the hashlib to do the digest. And that's pretty easy to do. It even has a built-in hex digest. Whereas in JavaScript, I had to use the buffer to string hex on it. So I think in the competition, Python might be winning my affection these days a little bit more. I got this running pretty quick. The only thing that was sort of a stumbling block for me was this asynchronous methodology in Python. I hadn't seen this before. It's relatively new, I guess, in Python 3.5 and up, or 3.4 and up. I never unhosted? It's supposed to automatically unhost. It says it unhosted at 10:06. So, do I have... That's maybe something I need to train myself to do. Physically press the unhost button before I go live. Alright, good to know. Actually, let me make a strong reminder to myself. Remember to physically press the unhost button before starting the stream. I guess there's a delay between when you start streaming and when the auto host turns off. Hey there, the Epic Unknown. How's it going? Oh, your Twitch never refreshed. See, that's another thing. Maybe the physically unhosting would have helped that. So, since maybe you're just joining us, I'll say hi to you too, Playing with Scissors. So yeah, this is the Python equivalent scripted, which is, it runs really well. I really like it. So I can say in another console here, the Python deployment, what did I call it? Deploy. It connects and uploads the package. It's done. It even gets back to the cluster leaders 11. I had some diagnostic stuff here just to make sure it's doing what I thought it was doing. It is a lot more aggressive in using the Unicode escaping, even for UTF-8 characters that doesn't need to escape. So it's just reinforcing the point that I really shouldn't be doing this JSON stuff with binary files. It explodes it to 7 megs instead of 1, but it still works. The curious note is when you're on Windows, you can't just expect the keyboard interrupt, which is the SIGINT equivalent in Python, to work. You have to have a periodic task which wakes up the event loop. Otherwise, you hit Control-C and nothing happens. This is a Windows-only thing, so that's why I made it say, periodically wake up to catch SIGINT even on Windows. So I might be using this more today than the JavaScript because I can just simply do that and it runs everything rather than having to mess around in the browser here and all that. So yeah, so I think what I wanted to do first was, instead of just saying we're done here, or we can say done sending or done uploading. And I think what we'll do is we'll handle another message that comes in. Let's put it here first. So we'll call it upload complete on upload complete and define it. I don't know if you guys have seen much Python before, but it's a fun little language. I shouldn't say little because that means I'm speaking down to it. It's a great language. Okay, so what do we want to say? Say if message success, then print upload successful. Else, let's say print upload failed, and then we'll print something. Actually, since it's just a string, we'll just concatenate. We'll put error in there. Something like that, right? I'm gonna probably have 4 now, right? So C++ and Python and JavaScript, and I'm gonna add Lua at some point to do all of the game logic in the server, because I've used that in the past. It's really convenient to change logic without having to recompile, and it's pretty damn fast. People even make entire games out of Lua. There's Leland Kwong was another streamer here on Twitch. His game is completely in Lua using the Love 2D engine. So looking forward to doing Lua as well. All right, so that's gonna run, and we won't get the upload complete yet because I gotta put that into the server. Let's do that. So the server side looks like this, and it's printing stuff, but we will have it respond back when we're done here. So we're gonna have it just do a WebSocket send. LuaJIT is really good, yeah. Oh, and I forgot to wave. Hi there, Buff Seagull. So we're gonna just send a text message. It's going to be JSON object to encoding, and the object will be type whatever I said here, upload complete. And we will say success. Actually, we return early here, so I guess we'll have two cases. So this is the successful case. And then the failure case we'll put up here. Success false, and then we'll say error. What do we say? Digest doesn't match. Hash digest did not match. All right, so I'm gonna build that. Go to the cluster here, one of these windows. Okay, and start it up again. And then we'll go to this window and tell it to go. Upload successful. There you go. I guess right now we can have it stop when we get upload successful, right? Or one of these. So how do I want to code this? How about we just have we just keep it simple here. It's a prototype anyway. I will have a flag called stop. And we'll just set it to here. Stop equals true. And then we will say if stop break. Oh, doesn't like break. Is it, I have to do that, I guess? There we go. It didn't break. What did I do wrong? Huh. I would have thought, okay, let me debug this a little bit. Should break. Okay, it didn't get the stop flag. It should though. That's weird. Do I have two things called stop maybe? Huh. False. False. Why? Okay, how about I do it this way? We'll have them return something. So we'll say stop equals that. Okay, there we go. So it's something to do with the global variable. It's been a while since I've done Python. I thought I could do it with a global stop, but I guess not. So we'll remove this. I don't think I need that to be on its own line, right? I don't really care to see this cluster state right now. I'll keep it around though. I also don't need that other junk. Okay. What if we wanted to print out the timestamps of when things are happening? That's something I might want to do, right? Used to know how to do this from memory. Get current time. Date time. And there's a way to get time differences. Milliseconds is what I would really like. Time. Okay, let's try that. So, time. We'll need to sample it. Oh, this is going to be a problem with those global variables, isn't it? Well, we'll see. So start equals time. And that so it's in seconds and it's a floating point, so we can just say at any point here when we print something. Let's make another print with timestamp. Message. Print. Format time minus start plus message. Okay, now I'll use that wherever I have print. Let's see if that works. Python has lambdas? Yeah, sure. It's had lambdas for a long time. Functions have always been first-class objects in Python. But actually, where am I using a lambda anywhere? I don't think I'm actually using a lambda. There's stuff in here that looks like lambdas. I looked this up last night. Like, what's the considered the correct way of doing string? Either we call it string formatting or string interpolation, and this appears to be the latest fad, the way to do it, right? Rather than doing the used to be you do this way, right? And then you'd put it in like that, but then you'd have to say that it's I think that's how you do it. I think that would give me the equivalent, right? Yeah, see, it's pretty much the same. Only, I guess this is the old way of doing it, and this way is the preferred new way of doing it. But actually, I'm gonna look that up because that's way too many digits of precision. So it's ridiculous. So how do I get see Python format precision? There we go. No, it's not. This is like probably a really old answer. Yeah, it's like 3 years old. This is like how you do it in C#. Is that really how you do it now? No. Float has no attribute to f. Oh, hold on. Is the f not supposed to be there? Is it I have to have a 0 colon? There we go. So how many digits do I really care about? Probably 3. I don't really care about to see more than 3. And I'm missing some messages, aren't I? The complete one is not, yeah, these aren't using it. And this isn't either. And then the last one wasn't. What was that? I mean, no, I got them all. These ones, if I ever enable them. Oh, these ones too. There we go. Now they're all using it. So the upload was successful. It took 1.3 seconds, right, to do all of the uploading. So our end took 240 milliseconds. It took 1.4 seconds almost to do everything, including the server end. Okay, so let me hack it to corrupt the hash. So let's do an input of a single extra character. That'll screw the hash up. Okay, I can't update with the character. Oh, there's a way to do this, right? B. Yeah, B is a byte. There we go. So there, update didn't match. Cool. Sweet. So once it's uploaded, what do I want to do with it? I guess I'm moving on to forwarding it to the orchestrator and doing something there with it. So that's all on the C++ side. I anticipate wanting to see this on the deployment tool side as well, though. So what I'll do is I'll add some more messages here. So how about upload progress? Upload progress. F strings are faster than % formatting and string format. I haven't seen F strings. Should I look that up? If it's faster, I want it. F string. And improve string formatting. Ooh. So it's even newer, huh? The thing I was reading yesterday said that this was newer. The option 2 is what I thought was newer. Okay, so what's this even more newfangled way to do it? Huh. Okay. Is it even faster? Let's try it out. Let's do it. So that would, instead of this, it would be print F, and then I guess this. Colon message? Or can I just end it there and say plus message? Maybe better, right? But then how do I format the decimals? Let's see what it does. Okay, yeah, it's not even... No, I just forgot stuff, right? It should have a colon space. Okay, it's got an L on it though. I don't like the L. Why does it have an L? Oh, because I put an L. I'm stupid. It's a colon. I'll get to C++ pond, just wait. Hey there, Bugfound. And hey there, Pond. How's it going, guys? Or gals, or both? Let's see. Yeah, so this is the newfangled string formatting, but how do I set the precision? I'm impatient, so I'm going to search. Python F string precision. Oh, colon. Okay, got it. So it's just this. It's like the old way. So it's colon 3F. That's pretty cool. I kind of feel more comfortable if I put that in parentheses, though. I think I like it. Hey, look at that. Nice. Okay, we're gonna go with F strings. I learned something new. And I have a buff seagull to thank. You identify as an unsigned integer. I see. Probably make the message as part of the F string. That way the formatting is easier. Yeah, but is it slower? I guess I'm just obsessed with the fact that this might be slower. I can just put it in there, though. No big deal. But is it going to misinterpret that colon, though? Unless I do... Yeah, what do we do if we want a colon there? I guess I have to put properly bounded, right? I don't know, let's see what it does. Invalid format specifier, so... What do I do? Do I have to put it in parentheses? Is that the right way to... Oh, hold on. Wrong. Is that the way to do it? That doesn't like that. Okay, I'm in a bind here. So how do I have it not misinterpret the colon? I'm sure there's a way to escape it, right? Oh, yeah, okay, so instead of parentheses, you put brackets. Got it. Too many brackets? Oh, wait a minute. No, I misread it. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. It should be that. But... Ah, okay, yeah. I was just being dumb. Forgive me. I deserve the fail fish. Sometimes I just go through really quick when I'm excited. So I was excited to read about or to learn about this F string. And yeah, so these brackets properly enclose it so that that's not interpreted as a format character. Yeah, sorry. Just took me a while. Have patience. No, you guys are awesome. So, okay, we're doing the right thing with the F string now. And am I doing any other interpolation? I am. So let's fix that. There we go. Same thing here, right? That goes there. F in front. Actually, let's just look for all the formats. Okay, so there's more. Message leader. F in front. I like it. And these things too. We'll bring them in. F in front. It's actually not that hard to convert it. You just take what's inside of here and put it in place there and put the F in front. Oh, no, I screwed something up. Okay, I can't use the quotes. I guess I use the other kind of quotes. Where was that? 22. So I suppose it's this, right? I gotta do that. Yeah, there we go. It is cleaner. It's, you don't have to like look in two different places. It flows. And it actually matches what we do in JSX, right? So I like it. How's my camera doing? It's raining outside. It's raining outside and it's dark. The camera has issues with the low light and my blue screen behind me. Okay, so enough dicking around with Python, right? We're gonna do the server side stuff. So I had put that in place. This progress, I hadn't finished it though. So what do we want to say? I guess we'll just have a message, text or something. Print with timestamp. Update, upload progress. Oh, we should make this an F string too, right? And upload progress, message progress. Or that's not if. Yeah, what am I doing? We'll just do that. Single line and return false. I messed this one up, didn't I? There we go. Colon. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about my language sometimes. I can use the word dick though, because that's my name. It's a nickname. Actually, it was my grandfather had the same name, and he always was called Dick. Because he did that 2 generations ago, or 3. 2 closing quotes. VS does that. Yeah, when you it thinks that you're about to begin a string, right? Hey there, Sethu. I assume that you're calling me by a nickname. All right, so done with this for now. It's ready. We're gonna use this progress thing because I want to see like it say, okay, I'm sending it to the orchestrator. Okay, the orchestrator says I've got it. Now we're done, right? So onto the C++ side. So here, after so instead of saying we're done, we'll say progress received, forwarding to orchestrators. So we have to, I guess we'll just send it, right? So I had this context engine announce. No, was it like send message to orchestrators? There we go. I already had it conveniently ready. It takes a string, so we have to do a JSON object of some kind, and then to encoding, and then we will say type. Actually, is this how we talk to orchestrators? I forget. I think it is, but just to make sure. Yeah, so it's the same kind of scheme. I'm using a sort of a RTTI kind of scheme with my JSON where everything has a type and that tells you how to interpret the rest of the message. So type will be, I guess we'll use the same scheme that the client is using. So that's this thing, right? Upload package. We'll forward the zip. And that will be, again, the... Actually, I wonder if we could just cannibalize the incoming message. Can we just send the incoming message? Yeah, why not? So it's just that. There we go. It's a lot simpler. We just forward it as is. Whoa! I like that overlay there. Thanks for the sub, Bugfound. You're awesome. Awesomeness. I even have a little, where is it? Welcome back for a whole 1/12 of a year. Shamelessly copied from Adam's channel. Only I added the 1/12 bit. Okay, so let's see. The orchestrator is going to be like, what's this? But it should work, right? Well, we don't know. We'll say it's forwarded. Forwarded to orchestrators. I guess that's all we can say for now. One step at a time. No narcs. You could tell Adam. I didn't do anything Adam-ish except for maybe the Mr. Destructoids, right? But that's a Twitch thing. It's free game, right? Okay. We updated the code. So pull down, because we don't have the update process, because that's what we're doing right now. I have to take the cluster down and then rebuild it, and then we can try. There we go. Connecting. Uploading package done. Oh, nice. Actually did it really fast. What did the orchestrator say? It probably said, yeah, it's printing out the whole damn message, isn't it? RIP orchestrator. Yeah, let's fix that. That's going to be an issue. In fact, that's going to be holding up that console for a while, isn't it? Let's just put it out of its misery, shall we? There we go. Now let's start it up again. Let's see, it's serve, and then I can Control C. It picks up the servers that weren't already killed, and then it kills them. All right, so let me undo that. That's something I put in the orchestrator to whenever it gets an unrecognized message, it just prints it out, and that's horrible for this 4 megabyte message, isn't it? Slow down, exactly. So where are you, orchestrator? Unrecognized, I think it was. Received a so we don't want to print out all of the data. Let's just print out the type of the data. So this is a formatted. So none of that fancy dancy F-string stuff in C++, at least not that I know of in C++ 11. We have to do the traditional, old school approach of saying message type. Actually, you know what I should do? I should do a couple things. This should just be a lookup table instead of a bunch of if-elses. I could do that. That's a little bit of refactoring. But I should at least pull this out as a string, right? Instead of constantly looking it up again. So message type equals that. And then I can use that in place of that. There we go. And then this is a C string. That'll be good enough for now. I just wanted to say, I wanted to say that upload package is unrecognized for now. So do it. Do it. I command you. There we go. And it should be here. I don't see it though. Oh, here it is. Unrecognized upload package message. Cool. So, and it prints this last. Why C string? Because message type is a C++ string. C++ string, right? And the formatted is just, if you look into it, it's just using a VA list and VSPrintf. So that needs C strings. So from C++ to C string, it doesn't really convert. It really just gets a null pointer to be at a null character to be at the end, and then just returns a pointer to the buffer. Hey there, Romania. By the way, thank you so much for your help on Adam's forum. You and Freak Technic and Adam all helping me out with my JavaScript. Yeah, so yeah, just like the Epic Unknown did, please feel free to ask me questions as I go along. It did help. So here was the, hold on, not here. Here was the ultimate answer, is that Adam's Chungus solution outperforms Buffer, but Buffer is still a good thing to have because it's nice and concise. It's just 2 lines. It's just not really performant right now the way it's implemented. It actually does loop 1 character at a time. I am using it for the 2 string because it's really convenient for small strings to get a hexified version of it. The only thing I had to do was it's not in Node, so I had to pull it in as a external dependency. So that's about it. But yeah, it really helped. Now I understand what's going on here. The fact that apply is a function prototype, right? It's basically saying take this, excuse me, take this, evaluate it as a list, and pass it as if you were passing all of the elements of the list as a list of parameters to this function. So the problem I ran into yesterday was basically if I send the entire array, which is like 1.5 megabytes, it was trying to call from character code with a 1.5 million long argument list, and that blows the stack. The limit is somewhere around 2 to the power of 16. So Adam helped out a bit by profiling it for me. We found the optimal chunk size is 2 to the 15, and we break up the conversions into those chunks, and we do concatenation, and it performs pretty well. It's like 15 milliseconds per megabyte. So yeah, I don't know how to avoid the apply though without resorting to a loop. If you just loop for each byte, it's a lot slower. We really want to batch them together somehow. So apply is one way to do it. I'm open to suggestions for other things to try, but at this point it's sort of academic because, as I think it was Freak Technic pointed out, it's sort of a like, why am I doing it this way kind of a thing, and I agree. Putting it all into a string to send it over a text message is awfully inefficient. It ends up, even though it's a megabyte long, it ends up being packaged, where does it show that? It gets packaged as 7 megabytes if it's sent from Python, and try the JavaScript version. It's 3.5 megabytes from JavaScript. The difference I found is because Python is very much more aggressive in using the 6-character long Unicode escape sequence for anything that doesn't fit into the printable ASCII, whereas JavaScript is a little sneaky little bastard, and it uses Unicode encoding for control characters, but for those that fit into UTF-8, it's like, okay, I can use UTF-8 encoding, which is less than 6 bytes, and so it sneaks through. But anyway, this really balloons the size of the message, and there's a lot of needless encoding and decoding in JSON. So the real solution I'm going to go with later is, instead of doing all this, I'll just send the array as a binary WebSocket message, or I'll put it onto a third-party server like S3, and just send a short message to the server saying, hey, I put a new version of the code over there, go download it, right? Who came up with Chungus? That was Adam. Adam13531. So he had a chuckle over that word, and so did I. So I'm like, I'm gonna keep that word and immortalize it, at least in this code for now, even though I probably won't use this function in the long run. Binary web frame socket is what I was thinking of doing, unless I do a third-party solution like S3, and then I would just send a short message saying, I put it over there, go grab it. So yeah, but I'm not worried about it now, because we're just prototyping. It's reasonably fast. It's half a second for the zip file. The zip file is not going to get any bigger. It just has the executable and some certificate files in it, so it's not a big deal. Okay, so we have it uploaded to the orchestrator. The orchestrator needs to now do something with it. So I have it in mind to have the orchestrator save it to disk. Actually, I would like it to unzip it and save the contents to disk. Actually, hold on. Maybe I should just leave it in zip form. Okay, so I'll show you guys what the orchestrator does when it starts up a server. It's start, where is it? Maybe it's launch servers. So it has a list of file names. So it's 3 files now, the executable, and then private and key and certificate for SSL. And it's basically copies them from a master copy into the directory for each server. So like the runtime area will look like this right now. Here's the master copy of the realm server, and then the key and the certificate, which I don't mind if I leak, because they're just self-signed localhost certificates, not a leak. And anyway, so those are the original copies, and then when it launches a server, it has a little sandbox for each server, so it makes a copy of the same files here, here, and here. So I have it in mind that instead of placing the master copies here, we'd have a subdirectory by version, or we'd have a directory called versions, and then have the zip files directly in that subdirectory. And then instead of doing copies here, we'd basically unzip to the from the selected version to the sandbox of that server. You found the UI CSS for my admin site. Oh, you found something cool? I have a list now going. Oh, that's that's nice. NES style. Ooh, look, the cursor is even cool. I like it. That's cool. I have a list going for this. Where did I have it? To do. Actually, I don't know where it is. It was under CSS somewhere. Or maybe I just kept it on a previous log here. Yeah, so I had Milligram CSS and Bulma CSS that Above Seagull recommended. So now BugFound is recommending the NES. Maybe this deserves to have its own section. So notes, client ideas. So CSS ideas. Let me keep track of who suggested them. So this is Above Seagull, I think. That's what the log said, right? Yeah, Above Seagull. Yes. And then BugFound suggests the very awesome NES CSS. Uh-oh. Windows wants to update. How about pick a time, and we'll say when the hell freeze is over. How do I say when hell freeze is over? Shit. Okay. How about 3 in the morning, which my computer will be off, so you won't be able to do it. Yeah. Tomorrow. Yeah. Go F yourself, Windows. Alright. So annoying. And you guys are all right when you suggest, even when you're joking, I think you have something when you say we should be moving to Linux or Mac. So Windows is just getting friggin' annoying with the updates. It's in your face. I had Windows sounds turned off even. I do this every stream. I turn off system sounds, and yet it made a system sound. So annoying. Ranting. Anyway, thank you for that CSS suggestion. That looks lovely. Yeah, so I think we will change this procedure a bit. Maybe this will be the default if we don't know a version to use. So let's, we want to do this always, but this part maybe I'll refactor right now. Down to here, this part. You want to support IE? Does that CSS not work on IE? Did they actually say what it works for? They don't say. Or are you saying that to support IE, I should be on Windows? The only way to defeat Windows Update Restart is open Notepad with unsaved changes? I'd never heard of that idea. What I usually do, I really got screwed over by not the latest Windows update, but like a year or two ago. It force updated and it wouldn't boot, so I was totally hosed. And so for this last update, when I heard in the news that it was just destroying people's document folders, I'm like, this is stupid. So I told it to delay it for the maximum, which is 365 days. So I'm not going to get the October update, which wasn't really in October, until later this year. Unless I feel charitable and I let Windows try to do it. But I'm just very hesitant to do Windows Update these days because it's broken. It's broken like half the time. For no reason. Like, it's not like I have old hardware or anything. It just, like, I don't know, doesn't work. Anyway, enough ranting. I'm going to refactor this, and it's going to be install default version realm server.stage. Install default version. Stage. And here we'll paste the code. This becomes stage. Okay, I need 2 stages, I guess. Actually, that is just oh no, it's not a constant, it's passed in. All right, never mind. We have 2 stages. We have the server stage and the cluster stage. Or the I guess, yes, server stage. Why not? So that's server stage and cluster stage. Okay, that also is hard-coded. Let's make it last, so realm server image name. Okay. It's not that bad anymore. Every time I think that bug found, I get a bricked computer. So maybe it's just me. I have horrible luck with Windows updates. I do have that Linux box over there, you know, Microsoft. Watch out. One of these days I'm going to snap and you'll see me moving everything to Linux. Frothing at the mouth and all that. Okay, so need a comma here. You install server files using the defaults that were using the defaults that were provided with the orchestrator. All right. Yeah, so that's what happened to me, Pon. It's worse for me. It blue screened, then boots back up, blue screens again, boots back up, etc. It was horrible. I had to reinstall Windows, and then, yeah. Reinstall Windows for me is like, it blows away half the day at least. Installing all the apps, getting all the settings customized again, shutting up Cortana. I want to tell Cortana, no thanks, but no thanks. I don't want you. All that other stuff. It's just, I have a friend who this would happen to so many times. He actually wrote a list, and he actually started thinking about trying to automate the process. He had a checklist, like do this, install these 25 programs, then do this. So I kind of have that too now. It's in my OneNote. Can I show this, or is it going to be too personal? Let me look at it off screen. I'll show you guys what I have my recovery checklist. If it doesn't have any personal info in it. No, that wasn't it. Where is it? Ah, here we go. Let me just make sure I don't have any personal info in here. It doesn't look that bad. You'll know what games I play. But it's just ridiculous all the things you have to do, right? So here's what I had to do the last time I bricked. Install Windows. Turn on the PC, select installed SSD, let it install the things, pick an offline user, let it install more things, meanwhile eject the disk. By now it gets to that point, then I do all the stuff with the taskbar, turn off Cortana, unpin all the crap I don't want, and it just goes on, right? I don't like that the profile directories are all on the C drive on my SSD, so I move them to the HDD, which is a pain in the butt, and then I rename the computer. Now it's updating more. So the feature update was taking so long. I was like, I don't want to wait. I'll just do it in parallel. And it just goes on and on, all the things I have to do. So this ends up taking all day, and if I miss something, so I said, screw it. This time I'm going to write everything I did down so that when it happens again, I'll just mechanically go through this list and install everything again. So. Want to script it. That's what I want to do. So there's something called Ninite. What does that do? So it does everything that I just did? I have some pretty strict requirements though. Let's see what it says. Installs and updates your programs. Okay. That's part of it. But I need more, like move the profile folders, turn off Cortana, unpin all the store crap. Yeah. So there's lots of things. This might help. Let me archive that for later. That's a good idea. Because right now I have to just manually install one thing after the other, right? So a lot of these installers, they're like, no, I don't want to run. You're installing something else. Come back tomorrow. So we're gonna call this. Try out this tool next time I have to reinstall everything. And that's, let me get the correct credit for that. How come this isn't working? There we go. Yada was like not copying it. Thanks, Pon. Appreciate it. Registry edit scripts. Yeah, so I think about that, but I'm like, I don't know. Do I really want to be hacking the registry directly? What if things move around? So, yeah. Okay, so install default version. I do not have this in the correct order, do I? So cluster stage first, then I need server stage. This is the, well, my mic is moving over. Better posture. This is the directory in which this is the directory to which to copy the files needed by the server. There we go. You're on Win 7. Just like Kitboga. Right? And that's... Is that end life already, or is that later this year Windows 7 will be end of life? Actually, end of life could be a good thing. That means you no longer get updates. The only bad thing would be if someone finds a rootkit for it and Microsoft's like, it's end of life, we're not going to fix it. You need to just move. All right. What do we do first? Perhaps just set up this so-called registry? So yeah, I think all we just need to do is save. Oh, we need to include a version number. Yeah, so let's put the version number in from the start, which would be in this deploy thing. Let's include a version number. Package version. Okay, so version number. I guess we'll get it from standard input. No, from the command line. That's... I can't remember. Oh, I can cheat though. I can look at how I did this in my Mugget tool. Let's look at Mugget. I love my little Mugget tool. It's a little slightly older syntax, so this might not be the best way to do it these days, but under the CLI, where's the CLI? Where did I put the CLI? Is it main? Yeah. Okay, it's sys. Alright, got it. Sys. Did you see that? I almost typed pound include. That's how much I do C++. Didn't have Microsoft... Didn't they have plans up to XP? Well, you remember what XP, Windows XP, they end-of-lifed it, and then they had to un-end-of-life it because too many corporations were complaining that they're still on XP. So they like extended its life for some amount of time. I think that maybe that's related to what you just said, at Buffseagull. There's some kind of rootkit, and businesses complain that they're still using it. They're still using it now for ATMs? That's crazy. It's friggin' old. It was a nice operating system, though. Yeah, Debian. I haven't actually tried plain old Debian. I'm a Ubuntu or Mint guy. Although I had a good friend who swore by Debian for a long, long time. I wonder if he still uses it. All right, so I'm gonna get it from here, I think. Yeah, so let's do it the same way. Only I'll just hack it here. Instead of having a nice, clean main function where we pass it in here, we'll just use it directly. So for argc in range 1 to length arg. It's probably a more clever way to do it in modern Python, but this will work. So let's say, hold on. I wonder if I should just do this at the top. Kind of feels better to put it at the top. Actually, I have to because of this, right? Yeah, so package version. How do I do this? Maybe I'll just copy this whole thing. I really liked how I did it this way. So if it's a dash, it could be a double dash, and if it is version, Okay, I kind of undecided because usually dash dash version gives you the version of the tool you're running, not setting the package version. When is the next Windows release? I think it's got to be soon, right? Are they on like a 6-month release cycle now? So I guess would it be April this year? I'm guessing. Hmm. Actually, you mentioned above SQL, you mentioned old packages. One issue I have with Mint is that it's on a really old version of Clang, like 3.8, and I'm like, the Clang is up to like version 8 or something, so I actually just downloaded and built it myself. But you know, I could use the latest, but I have to build it myself. It kind of sucks that some things are pretty old. Sometimes I wonder why that is, because Mint is pretty popular. Why don't they have the latest packages from Clang? I don't know. Why not use a CLI parser? Because it's overkill in this case. I just want something quick and dirty. I don't even need all this stuff, you know. Why not? Yeah. What am I doing here? This is a prototype anyway. We'll just pull it from sys argv1. We need to check though. So if line of sys argv is less than 1, print. We'll just do a normal print. Version number required. Or is it more polite to do sys.standard error? And then there's a way to return. That's nice, right? I guess I don't. I guess I just return. I guess I just return. All right. Return 1. I don't need all this BS. Okay. Let's try it. So oh, we're not in a function. That's right. So it was not return, it was like sys exit or something like that. Yeah. And you know what we should probably do is sys exit 0 at the actually this is probably the default, right? I bet you that's the default anyway. Oh, I screwed up. It should have oh, it's less than 2, yeah. Why did it do that? Oh, did I do this wrong? I forget how to do this. I'll have to look it up. Oh, wait a minute. I do remember. It's file equals. No, it's afterwards. I'm a little bit better at Python than I am at JavaScript. It's just sometimes I have to refresh my memory. Okay, so 1. Cool. So it'll get there. It should have gotten there with a version 1. So let's handle it. Handle it. Many whelps handle it. Anybody know that reference? Where was it? Here. Okay, so in this god awful thing that needs to be refactored soon, we'll add another message handler. Where it is. This is why it needs to be refactored. I can't find a damn thing in here. Hold on. This is connect. So when it connects, it sets a delegate, right? That delegate has the on text, which here it is. Found it. Need more dots. More dots, exactly. You know the reference. Anybody who doesn't, that's World of Warcraft meme. Really horrible, nasty raid leader was just yelling at everyone, telling them what to do, and yeah, it was became a meme, just like Leroy Jenkins. One of the things he said was like, Many whelps. Handle it. Okay, the orchestrator is talking to Realm servers. They're just going to forward it along, so it's going to be a new kind of message. And yeah, I need to refactor this into a table, so it's going to be upload package, right? And let's just print out right now a few things about it. So, formatting, 3. Received package for version. This is going to be a string. A certain number of bytes, right? And should we print the hash code? Let's go ahead and print the hash code too. So the version is message version. And because of the goofy way I did my JSON class, I need to say, hey, I want the string version. Oh, and by the way, we need to take that and do CString. Don't try this at home. So this one will be, did I call it hash or digest? It really should be calling it digest, shouldn't I? Call it hash. Okay, keep calling it hash for now. I'll fix it later. And the bytes. So that's, oh, we need to unpack it, don't we? Let's just do that later. I just want to see this working. Okay, it won't link until I close this guy. And I couldn't beat it to it. Package 1.0. Like put it in the file name. That's an idea. So yeah, instead of having it on the command line, I could make it just recover it from the file name. On the orchestrator side, I probably will do that. I'll have a directory called versions, and then I'll just have them have the version be part of the name. Actually, wait a minute. I'll probably just make it like 1.0.0.zip on the server side. So it'll be version.zip. You're learning core. Oh, hey there, sad Squidward. Any advice you give you? What languages to start with? I would say Python. Python's a great language to start with. Python looks like this kind of a deal. It's not too hard. I'm doing a bit of complicated stuff here. I'm doing asynchronous programming with WebSockets, so it's a little bit messy. But you can see in just over 100 lines, I have a deployment tool, so it's pretty cool. Python is also used in machine learning, which is really popular these days. There we go. So receive package for version 1. There's the hash code. Nice. So yeah, either Python or JavaScript, and not just a complicated framework like React, but maybe just pure JavaScript to start with. That's what I always recommend people just starting to learn programming. Plain JavaScript or Python. You messed up the design for what you're doing, so what happened playing with scissors? Yeah, the epic unknown. I also thought about putting it inside the zip as well, because I might want to actually have a manifest file inside of the zip, kind of like what Android does, where I can put other metadata as well. So when this is, again, just prototyping. When I do the real solution, I'll probably do something more elaborate, like what the epic unknown says. Have a manifest file inside the zip and get the version number from that. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Your heart broke a little when you had to write this comment. The set of formatters were thought to be shared amongst all the report files, but I realized halfway that this should be split further into standards and processing of entities. For example, collection reports only handle collected results, but settlement reports handle both collected results and changeback results. You had to write that? Why did your heart break a little bit? Is that just a bad design? Chargeback. Yeah, okay. Oh, chargeback results. Ew. Oh, thanks for the link, Buffseagull. Yeah, that's a great place to start on when you're learning. I think I showed that to my son when he was first interested in programming, is the Python orgs getting started. So they really, I think they do a pretty good job easing you into it, right? I might be getting confused. Okay, maybe this isn't that great. What I would really like to see is an example of a bit of code that looks inviting and easy to read, and someone says, I can do that. This one doesn't really, does it? There's a bit of a learning curve with Python because you have to pick a text editor. You have to pick from the many different ways you can run Python. So that can be sort of daunting for beginners. But I guess if you just follow this wiki page, yeah. You know, the style sheet that they use in Python.org leaves a little bit to be desired as well, doesn't it? Yeah, so if you can get over the slight intimidation factor of like a more old style website, a web page, then and you just actually get into Python code, you'll find it's pretty nice. Don't use learning Python the hard way. Yeah, we Adam's community figured out that book is got issues. Yeah, okay, so I think why am I on this file? We don't need that one. Oh, I should show that one. That's kind of an interesting one. I had this on yesterday, but it's just another example of why I like to use Python for automated tools. But it's just sort of cool. This is all you need to zip up a bunch of files using the zip file utility. And it even supports ignoring files and merging other zip files in. So this is the merging part. You can open a zip file, and then you can get, with the info list, you can get the list of names and then write string. So one line is all you need to unzip an object from one zip file and put it into another zip file. And then this is an example of how you recursively visit a directory tree. And another awesome thing is this runs on any OS. It's not just Windows or Linux or Mac specific, it works for all of them. So you don't have to learn like the Windows way of iterating through directories or the Linux way. It's just that. And you get the directories and files. It's pretty simple. And yeah, right, for one line again for writing a file into a zip file, it's pretty awesome. So highly recommend Python for like automated tooling. And I'm going to be using it for my DevOps. Yeah, this make package is what I'll use to make the zip files and then deploy to actually send it to the server. All right, so I have, thanks for the follow, by the way. Nice name, by the way. Spamwich, I like it. Is coding about intelligence or knowledge? I think coding has to do with, like you just at the end of, you said it has a lot of problem solving. I think coding is about problem solving, because your first problem will be, what do you write to make the computer do what you want? That's a problem, right? And then you would break that into smaller problems. Okay, which language do I pick? Do I just write a simple main program, or do I need to have some libraries? So it's all about problem solving. I think coding is not so much about intelligence as it is about knowledge. Although they're somewhat related, right? It's somewhat easier to gain knowledge if you have intelligence, right? But you can still do it even if you aren't the smartest person. It just takes time to learn and to practice. There's a lot of muscle memory, so to speak, that you pick up. Things that you just, like ways of coding and things that you do when you run into a problem that you just can't learn from a book, that you just learn from doing. You make a lot of mistakes and have a lot of bugs, and when you fix those bugs, you like get better at fixing them for the next time. Oh yeah, not saying. Sorry. 3 minutes ago you asked, did I fix the array buffer from yesterday? Yes, I did. It's an interesting problem. I'll talk about it again since it was so interesting. In this string from charcode apply, it wasn't working because the apply takes a list and basically breaks it out into an argument list for a function. Well, apparently there's a limit to how many arguments you can have to a function, and it's somewhere around 65,000. So by breaking the buffer into chunks no bigger than 32,000, and then doing this in a loop and then concatenating it, we get a nice mixture of performance and readability, I guess you could say. The real solution would be use something like buffer, but it's not as fast. So yeah, this works now. So good to go. And then I learned from Adam's community that there's this buffer object which has this convenient 2-string hex, which I'm now using to get the hexified digest string. So learned a lot off stream and from Adam's community. I really enjoy interacting with that community. They're really nice guys. So yeah, we figured it out when we're moving on. So yeah, I decided to do all my deployment. And thanks for the follow, Ghostman. Doing all my deployment in Python. Really interesting stuff, by the way, guys. If you think you know Python, I thought I knew Python. I knew nothing about async Python. It's like a relatively new thing, and it's really cool. It's a different way of writing Python code. You do everything in an event loop with tasks. And right now I just started, it's very simple. There's one task called server socket, and it does the deployment sequence, and there's a lot of coroutines. So WebSockets Connect is a coroutine. It completes once we have a connection, gives us a WebSocket. And then we have the sends here. Those are also coroutines. And then we have this async for, which is the when we're receiving back messages. So it's a different way of thinking and coding, but it's actually pretty cool. And again, all the deployment fits in just over 100 lines. It's really nice. Chungus, that's right. Oh, hey there, Adam. How's your day today? This is sort of like your day to do work without having to split your time between your work and chat, right? Although now you're here in chat, so it's kind of like you're streaming, only it's me talking instead of you. As in, you're probably splitting your time between chat and doing your work. My camera filter is really struggling today because it's so dark. If I make it too aggressive, I bleed away. If it's not aggressive enough, then you can see the blue screen. Because of this rainy weather we're having. So yeah, Adam, were you here to see the immortalized Chungus? Behold the Chungus solution, thanks to Adam. And it's a nice performance improvement over the buffer. I considered submitting that to the buffer maintainer saying, hey, by the way, instead of doing your 1 byte at a time loop, if you do it in chunguses, it can actually speed it up quite dramatically. Yeah, so I'm doing a mix of languages today. We're doing Python and JavaScript and C++. Right, so back to C++, I think. So here, we're just receiving it. Now we need to kind of do the same thing that, actually, I think I could just move it. I can move the code that was unpacking it and computing the hash, right? Because the coordinator doesn't really need to do this. This is all prototype code. It's going to be ugly. I don't have unit tests. I'm just and this was what Playing with Scissors or someone else really hit it home to me that I really shouldn't just be obsessed with just doing test-driven development, spending too much time on one thing, that I should be prototyping things in advance, and so that's what I'm kind of doing with my deployment now. Chungai, that's right. No need to give you credit. You did help me a lot, though. My weak point is JavaScript. I'm a lot more familiar with C++ and Python, so I look stuff up and I get like 5 answers, and it's a lot quicker to have you and your community shortcut it down to like 1 or 2 answers, saying try these 2. And then I don't have to spend so much time researching and trying out all, like, it's actually more than 5. I think I found like 8 different ways to do it. So yeah, we're gonna immortalize it as Chungus, and I think that's good. All right, so the decoding here, we don't need to do this here. We'll move all of this. Let's move all of this out. Yes, we'll move all of it out. All of it will move. We're just going to be forwarding it now. That's what we're doing. That moves over to here. Really should make this a function. I will do it now. So let's make a function. Void on upload package. Don't know what the arguments are quite yet. Let's paste the code there and find out. Okay, we need a message. I probably need the same things that I get from here, don't I? I need the message. A context engine. Do we have a timekeeper? I don't think I do, actually. How do I track? Oh, I do have a timekeeper. I think all these context engines just go away. All right, we need the UTF-8 decoder. So I need to go to my CMake lists and add UTF-8. And we also, while I'm here, I also am dependent on the hash. Since I moved it from Realm Server does not need that anymore. So I will remove hash and UTF-8. That's gonna not compile it, but at least it'll run CMake. And in the meantime, we'll go back here. So I need to include the right headers. I need hash, SHA-2, and templates up here. Ooh, I got a lot of includes. That's a lot. Yeah, I'll have to refactor this. It's way beyond the size it should be. It's like twice as large as it should be. Okay, so... why is it not like that? Oh. Yeah, so I need UTF-8. I need this one. All right. Compile again. How far are we along now? Okay, we don't have a diagnostic sender. I think I just named it something different. Publisher. Back. And is it by reference? Nope. Okay, we're not going to do that. Actually, we do have to respond. We do want to respond, don't we? So let's see. On WebSocket text doesn't get the WebSocket though. I could give it to him. Oh, hold on. It's in there. It's in that shared structure. It's in here, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not. It's in Realm Server. So we can pull it out as... we need it as a weak reference. That's what we need. So... standard weak pointer to a WebSocket's WebSocket. Weak. And we'll pull it out. And I'll pass that in here. And we'll recover it the same way we recover the shared state. So WS weak becomes WS, and we return if there's no connection anymore. Yeah, fair enough. Spent the last 3 hours writing code without checking it once? Uh-oh. It worked perfectly? You're like in the zone playing with scissors. I don't think I've ever been able to run 3 hours without a mistake. Bravo. Okay, so we'll put the WebSocket in there. On WebSocket text, we need to give that here. Oh, I'm going to dereference it because I can. So it's going to be WebSocket's WebSocket reference. Totally breaking the Google C++ guidelines, but sorry, Google. I'm just too used to passing references. So this is the connection, the WebSocket connection back to the Realm server. All right, so yeah, it could have been Hello World. You know, sometimes Hello World can get elaborate, right? You guys know about, oh, by the way, Adam, what do you think about this CSS for my admin tool? Doesn't that look awesome? That was a bug found, suggested this. An NES CSS. Anyway, the, have you guys heard of this? The obfuscation contest? International Obfuscated C Code Contest. So a lot of contenders in this contest, all that the program does is print Hello World. That's all it does. But it's all about what's the most obfuscated way to do it. So, like for example, let's look at the source code for the winners of the last round. There's probably a hello world here somewhere. Okay, so there you go. So I believe, I'm going to guess that this prints out hello world. I mean, but in such a horrible way. And you get bonus points for making ASCII art out of your code. It's awesome. Anyway, yeah, so I'm sure Playing with Scissors Hello World program was much like this one, right? And he did it perfectly with absolutely no compiler errors, and it worked the first time. I'm sure. I'm sure of it. Chungus episodes. Got it. Adding it to the vocabulary now. Okay, so we're given that WebSocket, which we need to give to this one. So that's on upload package. It needs the WebSocket and the message. So we're going to move that in to there. WebSockets, WebSocket, WS. So we'll print that first. Oh, thanks for following. This becomes that. Oh, I had scrolled up on my chat, so I missed a bunch of stuff. Why does Google not like references? I'll show you guys. This came up in a previous stream at one point. So Google C++ style guide. And so I'm considering this more. Hold on. How do I can't scroll in without losing my anchor. Okay, here it is. So they argue that all parameters passed by L-value reference must be labeled const. So that means you can't have a non-const reference, and so I'm considering this because I do kind of agree with their con that references can be confusing, and they have value syntax but pointer semantics, right? So it looks like it's a value that you could change. Hey, I got a string, I can change it. Really, it's a pointer in disguise. If you change it, you're changing the caller's string, not just your own copy of it. So they argued that you should use const pointer. Actually, this is not what they recommend. What do they recommend doing? That you should just use pointers, right? Where did they say that? Must use a pointer if a function modifies a variable. So the one thing I don't really like about that is I'm trying to avoid raw pointers just because a lot of issues come about. Like if you were to save that pointer and use it elsewhere, you could run into trouble. I mean, you could still shoot yourself in the foot with a reference just by taking the address of it and storing it. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if I'm going. Right now, I don't follow this rule, and so Google will probably never hire me, right? Because I'd say I'm not going to follow your reference arguments. I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm not following this part of their style guide, but I do consider and slightly agree with their reasoning. So you'll see me use the style that Google does not recommend, and one of my viewers pointed that out, and sorry, I haven't completely converted to the Google clan. They do have a warrant out for my arrest. Oh no! What theme am I using? I am, let's see, how do I see that theme? Dark plus default dark. I'm a default kind of guy. I don't like to pimp out my editor too much, so I like to use built-in things. I am using this cool font that someone suggested, which has custom ligatures. That is called Firacode. Firacode. You can't just add it here. You have to install the font. So just Google search Firacode. It's a TrueType font. You install it, and then you enable it here and in other apps. And VS Code and some other apps as well have this font ligatures you can turn on. What's really nice about it is you can instead of not equal, it's the math symbol, right? Greater than equal becomes the math greater than or equal to. So it's kind of cute. It's been growing on me. I've been giving it a try because a viewer suggested it, so I like it. So without the custom ligatures, I mean, it looks okay. Not that bad. I've just been giving it a shot, you know. It's growing on me. It really should be thought of as an arrow, not as a minus greater than, so. Oh, did you add that for me, playing with scissors? Thank you very much. I forgot that mods could do that. Or did I write that? Did I write that? Someone put the theme command in there. I don't remember doing it, but maybe I did. I just assumed that you just added it. Oh, okay. Well, I must have done it then. I just forgot. That shows you how good my memory is. How is this compile-wise now? Gets further. What is it complaining about? Oh, because we don't have a pointer anymore. Again. Reference. Don't arrest me, Google. Okay, and this is decided to make it publisher, right? In this, so the names aren't consistent. Oh well. This is my quick and dirty hex dump, by the way. I like my quick and dirty hex dump. I can use that and compare with this if I ever have a problem. Right? Ah, I see that byte there got corrupted. Useful tool to have is the hex dump. Okay, so we're leaving it in right now. Let me see what this is doing. I'm leaving in the profiling code as well. So yeah, we're basically computing the hash and making sure it's good. I guess we're gonna send back that. Actually, do we ever send messages from the orchestrator? We send our ID in the first place. That's the only thing. So this is going to be the second thing ever that the orchestrator is going to be sending. So we'll need to handle it by forwarding it back to the admin, right? Actually, who do we send it back to? That's a problem. While I think about that problem, I'm going to take a short bio break. I'll be back in like a minute or two. I'm back. Sorry for the delay. By the way, my cat usually wants to go out this time of the day. Right now, he's like fast asleep. I think he just knows it's raining outside. Okay, I think I know what I want to do for this sending feedback back. At this point in the orchestrator doesn't know which connection the admin was on. I don't think it matters though. What we'll do is we'll send it back to the original server, and that server will just broadcast it to all logged in admins. Because why not? Well, thanks for the follow. Invisible Pancake, I see you. So I think your invisibility is wearing out. Better check that out. I really hope that people don't mind that when they follow, I thank them for following. When I first watched Twitch, I was really uncomfortable with that. I would I'm like, should I follow this channel? If I do, maybe it'll play some kind of fanfare that someone just followed. But yeah, I'm kind of a split mind now. I think it's cool to recognize people, but then I understand some lurkers want to stay lurkers and they might be hesitant to follow. So I'm kind of undecided about what to do. Maybe I'll turn off the follows at some point so that people can follow without being pointed out. You don't thank followers? I do. But I just like thanking people. Maybe I could have it obfuscated saying someone just followed, and I could say, whoever just followed, thank you very much. And then not to have to point them out. I wonder if I could do that with stream elements. Just like hide the... I could do that, right? I could just hide the name. Thank you for following. Why don't I do that? And then if they want to, they can say, hey, look into removing names from stream element follow events. Yeah, why not, right? Then that's maybe a good compromise. Can I make a Twitch account called you and they get mad? Thank you. If they've been chatting, sure, but I don't know if I can make stream elements that smart. It would have to somehow count the number or detect that someone has been chatting. This is more of a job for Doge. We need to get the Doge unbanned and then ask Ski Dog to add this feature to it. Thank you. Yes. All right. So this is probably good enough. We will send a oh, I'm missing the other side of this, aren't I? Upload. So it sends a complete, right? So we need to, I guess that moves, doesn't it? Because it's all asynchronous. It moves down to here. And then we know we forwarded it to them, and then we'll have another handler that matches the complete one on upload complete. And I haven't even maybe I'll skip the commenting for now since I'm prototyping. So on upload complete, we will, I think we'll just send it on to all the admins. So for const auto instance and is it instances? I need to fix this right now, or we have to do a double indirection. Other instance. No, hold on. Is that right? Clients. Sorry, it's not instances, it's clients. So client. What we'll do is we'll say if client dot second dot is admin, then we'll send them the response. So it will be essentially this, but we'll just forward the message directly like that. So other admin connections will get this out of the blue, upload complete, but that doesn't matter, I don't think. Let's try this out. You have made a terrible mistake. What's up, John Games? What did you do? I should give a shout out. I like to give shout outs to, actually, hold on. I forgot someone to shout out to. I'm so sorry. Shout out to Adam. Watch his stream. He's not streaming today, but he'll be streaming tomorrow, I hope. And I will smite you. But I also want to shout out to John Games, who's another streamer here on Twitch. He's working on first of all, Adam's working on Botland. For those of you who don't know, it's an automation game in JavaScript. You can script your own bots and either defend from other players or attack other players' defenses. And then shout out to John Games. He's working on a mobile-based game, which has got a unique concept, I think, where you are a root system of a tree and you are trying to get to the water and collect all the fertilizer on the way. So, great streamers. I like to give shout-outs to other streamers. Okay, that built. So, John Games, what did you do? Will I really have to smite you? You accidentally followed me. I see. I didn't see the announcement for it. Oh, there it was. Thank you for the follow. Okay, built. Let me just see what happens when I run it. I have no idea if this will work. Actually, yeah. Run it. Hey, look at that. We got an upload successful. And it's all coming from the orchestrator directly instead of from the... Hold on, wait a minute. No, it's not. I didn't do it right. Sorry. I have to restage everything because the code got updated. Okay. Celebrated too early. I don't think it worked. Interesting. It didn't actually print out the... It didn't print out the all the messages. They were printed out that... Oh, did it not link? I was silly. It didn't link because it was running. I'm sure someone said that in chat. No? I got away with it. I got away with an error. No one in chat spotted it. All right. I'm sure someone in chat said, hey, your link didn't succeed, so you're being an idiot. Oh, but they didn't catch it. All right, let's see what happens this time. Not getting the response back. Unrecognized message. Okay, so I got a little bit of work to do. It's not printing out the actual message type, though. It actually did do it, so I think it's the complete one that's not getting through. Playing with Scissors is a pretty cool name, isn't it? That's why he only has 4 fingers on his right hand, by the way. I'm just joking. You had a hilarious bug where you put a define instead of checking a variable? So this is from the orchestrator. Is that from the orchestrator? No, it's from the Realm server. So it's not receiving back this upload complete, I guess. Thank you for the follow. Upload complete. Oh, wait. This is from the client. Okay, I screwed up. So it's not from the client. It's from the orchestrator. So we handle that differently. Don't ask me why, but we do. We do it at this point, somewhere here. Hold on, is this it? Confused here. There's where they identify themselves. I guess I've never had to receive another message from another server except for Raft. I guess we're adding another else. So yeah, this is again needs to be refactored. I need to have a table here. So instead of Raft, it's on upload complete. Upload complete. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so let's do it. So it's sorry, I bumped the mic. I need to get used to doing the thoughtful beard stroke without bumping the mic. Where is on upload complete now? Why did I remove the on? I don't know. I don't know why I removed it. It's in the anonymous namespace. Okay. And it's given the context? Okay, fine. So we just call on upload complete and we tell it the context. WebSocket context is context. And that is WebSocket. Actually, why am I passing the WebSocket and the context? That doesn't make much sense. That sounds redundant to me. Oh, there is no client record. We'll have to change that. Message. Status JSON is the message. No conversion from weak pointer to strong pointer. Oh, right. We have a WebSocket strong pointer there. That's why I'm passing it separately. Okay, so I need to, we're going to drop the client. Actually, what do I really need? I need that. Actually, I don't, that's not the right thing. I'm not doing that one. It's going to be client.second. Actually, is it first? Yeah. Arrow. Send. There we go. Got it. So it's just the context in the message. Cool. What is VIP? So my philosophy these days about VIP is it's really just a little bit of flair for regulars in the channel, and for any leftover VIP slots, it's just people I recognize from Adam's community. And some streams like to recognize people, regulars, by doing the giving them mod, but I don't like to give mod to people unless they are willing to take on that additional responsibility that they actually have to moderate if something comes in. So yeah, I've just been passing out all. I think I've used all of my VIP slots now. I have no more to give, and I only have a few mods because I really haven't needed them. And I made Playing with Scissors a mod because he said he would be willing to do it if it was required. So that's why. Can I use structured bindings? I'm not using C++ 17 yet, so it's probably something I could use, but I'm on 11 for now. And I only have 20 slots. They're all used right now. I get more slots if I get more chatters. So, you know, today, if you guys have chatted enough, maybe I've unlocked additional slots by now. That would be cool. And well, actually, I didn't know Playing with Scissors. I forgot that you can't be both. So it did unlock a slot, but it was not intentional. Okay, what? Oh, I forgot a semicolon. Did someone spot that before I typed it? If I ever have like points in my channel, I think I'm going to give out points if people spot errors before I see them. All right, let's try that again. So restart the cluster, and then we'll rerun the deployment. Okay, it didn't come back. Interesting. So I should probably print something to make sure that it's actually doing the right thing. So we'll print something. Context engine. Actually, why am I doing this? I can just copy from somewhere else, right? Oh, maybe not. Don't have any diagnostic messages? Okay, anyway. Diagnostic sender, send. We'll just send a string, I guess. Level 3, and we'll say on upload complete. Reseed. Actually, we can do better than this. We can do that, and we can also do this. Forwarding on to admin. Do we have any identification for this admin, though? I don't think I do. I have the WebSocket and whether or not they're an admin, and that's it. So I don't actually have any ID information. We'll just go with that for now. Combination of followers and number of unique chatters. So I need 200? No, I think the next level, I can look it up real quick. For me, I'm still a pleb, so my levels are, my next levels are pretty low. Let's see what it says. For me, it says, actually, where would I see that? Under achievements? Where does that show up? Anybody know where it shows up? Where I don't want to show it on screen because it's got personal stuff in it, but learn more about roles. Here we go. No, that wasn't it. Oh, here we go. I can show this one. So, I have 20. So it means I unlocked the 10 and I somehow got to the 20, but if I get to 15 unique chatters, I guess I get 30 slots. If I get 20 unique chatters, it's 40, and so on. So yeah, Adam's right about the 200 to get 100 slots. But to get, yeah, so I just need 15 unique chatters. And then I'll unlock 10 more badges. Badges? We don't need no badges. You have 20? Yeah, I think it's pretty easy to get the first couple levels unlocked. Oh, Adam already posted it a minute ago, and probably I was looking at it, right? Or maybe he beat me to it. I be slow. So the interface you're writing, you need to declare a public method to return a file extension. Should this method include the dot? I don't think so. I don't think file extensions have the dot in there, right? Have you looked into Magic? And I don't mean just in general. I mean like Apache Magic. Mod My Magic. It's a pretty cool thing where it has rules for figuring out the extensions. Actually, look, they have the dot in there. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, I thought this was cool when I read about it. So someone's already written like a bunch of database style or script style entries to detect types of files based off of their content. So even if like it's missing the file extension and you need to assign it, you can get it back. Anyway. Uploading to an S3 bucket. I don't know much about that, so. I'm sorry, Isley. I'm out of VIP slots for now. I can, yeah, it said I was at the max. Actually, am I? Oh, I have one more. That's right, I have Playing with Scissors VIP badge to give out. Who to give it to? I don't know. You guys have to fight for it. I shouldn't have said that. Now I'm totally encouraging the wrong kind of behavior, aren't I? Yeah, I wanted to see if this message is being sent at all. So, cancel, start again, send again. Oh, no, Buff Siegel's already VIP. He doesn't need it. He already is one. Okay, it's not happening. Interesting. It's not receiving it. So what, the orchestrator's never sending it? I sent it right there. Maybe it's returning early. Chat is very, very much more active today. Yada shows VIP. See? Look, I can see your badges. I had to turn it on. I guess Hideo doesn't like VIP badges, so by default they're off, but you can turn them on. So it's supposed to be sending them. So what the heck? Why is it not sending them? Oh, maybe it's sending it, but I just screwed up in how I'm interpreting it. So let me look at this. It's in that little section here, right? Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? No, I'm doing this right. Okay. It is private. Oh, no, it's this instance thing, right? It's if it's an orchestrator. How do I recognize that? It is? Ah, I put it into an orchestrator list. Well, I don't really care. I'm only going to get it. Yeah, I don't care who it sent it. So it doesn't matter if it's from an instance or an orchestrator. Send it out anyway. I think that's, I'm guessing that's the problem. I'm hoping it is. One can always hope. Oh, we got further. What happened? JSON decode error. It didn't decode correctly. It forwarded it though. It forwarded it twice. Oh, because I have one another admin here, and he doesn't. Actually, I could probably show that. It would be under the network tab, right? So, oh, I guess I have to refresh to see it. Fair enough. So now I should see it. Actually, this is a good debug step, right? Because I can just send it again, and it should see the on complete when it comes back. There we go. On upload complete. So why didn't this parse? Oh, here, hold on. Here's the problem. There's some kind of bad frame in there. Huh. What is that? 0 length frame? I think that's what's tripping this up, though. So how am I sending an empty frame there? How indeed. He was really afraid of code theft. You know what helped me out, John, is watching other streamers that don't really care so much. And people ask, like, I'm sure Adam's been asked this a lot, like, aren't you afraid of someone stealing the code? Actually, I know he's been asked this because I've been in his stream when people have asked. And I totally understood the answer. It made sense to me, which was something along the lines of, I'm sure they could reconstruct the code, but it would be a huge undertaking. They'd have to watch every stream and type everything he types. So I think it would be next to impossible, very impractical. Let's try not sending it and see if the problem goes away. I'll isolate the problem down. Oh, I need to stop the, I didn't beat it. Didn't do it in time. Okay, now it linked. Now I can run it. And now from this, I will need to look at the nut. It'll reconnect, so I need to look at the newer connection. This one. Send it. Okay, what do we get back? We shouldn't get anything back, right? Yeah, okay. And so it's isolated to that send for some reason. It's bad. That's kind of troublesome. That means I might have a bug in my WebSocket implementation. Well, what did I say about you? I just said that you've been asked by other streamers. Not by other streamers. You've been asked by your viewers, are you afraid of your code getting stolen because they can see it on your screen? And I think your answer was that they could, but it'd be practically impossible to steal enough of the code to copy the whole game, right? They might get some ideas by looking at your codes on your stream, but they're not going to get all your code. Yeah. It was you're just an example of someone who has been asked that before. I haven't really been asked it. Most of the stuff I do on stream is going to be open source anyway. This part isn't, but it's not that big a deal. Okay, yeah, run it. And let's get set up to monitor it. I don't know which one it is. It's going to be the one that's not completed. I don't know which one it is for sure, so I'm going to refresh. And then I know it's this one. Okay, so go. Yeah, what is this? It's an empty frame. Oh, I wonder if there's a... No. I was thinking there might be a race. Oh, these are diag messages and this is not. Oh, I think I know what it is. This send text, right? It takes a string. This is a string. Oh, hold on. It is getting it back from the orchestrator to the Realm server. And it's forwarding it to the two admins. It's just it sent out some other garbage as well. So where would it send that out? On complete? Is it one of these? Oh, ho, 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 ho. It wants a string, and I'm giving it a Java. So yeah, it's going to send it as a Java string and not an object. So to encoding. There we go. Bug found. Build. Yeah, I have seen very, very few streamers use their upper tier emotes, so I haven't even bothered to set them. So I think what Atom has the same thing, right? You have like 2 versions of Atom art for the upper tiers, and because really it would do is really just encourage people to pay more, and that's sort of scummy, I guess. Yeah, those ones. So I have like empty emote slots, and I feel like I don't really want to fill them because it would just be sending the wrong message. Like you should give me more money so you can make silly emotes. No shame in selling out. But really the primary work I'm doing here is I'm trying to set up a game, and then the idea would be I would have free to play for the basic areas, and if you really got into the game, you could unlock the more advanced areas or activities by paying something. That's my model right now. I don't want to make money off of just subs in Twitch. I really appreciate when people sub, but really it's not required. There we go. Fixed it. Ship it. All right, I'm gonna check that in. Feels like an appropriate time to check it in. 4 years down the road when the money is tough, all these bits. Well, when the money gets tough, I just go back to either doing consulting or get another job. I don't know. Maybe Adam knows better, but I don't think it's possible to make a living just code streaming. I think you can make a living off of Twitch if you have maybe 10 times or more the audience as like the top dev streamers. Like I'm sure Kitboga is well off with the streaming. He probably doesn't need to get a job, but he's got a lot more viewers than a dev streamer has. I don't think dev streamers just have a big enough audience to make a living just doing Twitch. Yeah. So I'd have to go back. I hope I don't have to do this, but I'll have to go back and get a job or do consulting if I don't make any a living out of this. I have enough now saved up to where I can invest a couple of years to do this right. This is probably my last opportunity to do it before I get too old. So that's why I'm doing it now. What did I do there? Oh yeah, F formats. I think we'll just make a monster check-in. This is just prototyping anyway. So continued prototyping of deployment. DevOps. So what do we do? Use F, what is it called? F strings in Python, because that's how all the cool kids format There's strings in Python now. We want to be cool, right? And forward packages from Realm servers to orchestrators. Orchestrator, have orchestrator verify packages and respond back. Have Realm servers forward orchestrator responses for package uploads to all logged in admins. There we go. Sub dub dab. Subscriber dab scriber. do a lot of streamers still do that where like every time they get a sub they have to do like push-ups or they have to do a dance or something? I guess I haven't seen a lot of streamers doing that lately. Actually, you know what? We're sort of on this subject. Like, I have been thinking about how I might integrate my game into Twitch. So, if I'm making this game incrementally or evolving over time, I could have anyone who's in the channel have like special access to the game. It's in some form, and make it kind of like an extension to the chat. But I don't know how that will play out. It's just an idea. Why do people email you about senior software developer positions? You want to learn, not lead? It's not a lead position, Above Seagull. Senior software developer just means you're not a pleb. Get with the program. I'm just kidding. You don't necessarily have to lead if you're senior software developer. They just mean, I think senior usually just means you have a few years experience, you're not fresh out of college. If you were a lead, the position would probably be lead software developer like EJ, but there's only one of those, right, EJ? But anyway, it would be like staff or senior staff or something like that. Principal and software engineer, something like that. That would be implying leadership. Senior, not so much, right? It's just that you have a few years experience. Yeah, where is EJ? Did you see my homage to EJ in here? Whenever there's an admin login, the server ponders to itself. Is it EJ? Could be, you never know. I don't have any kind of authentication yet. All right, what's next? Oh, I wanted to do something with the package, didn't I? I was just going to save it with the version number. So we can do that. Let's do that. If it verifies. So if we get to this point, I wonder if I should just take this and offload it right now. This is really just a diagnostic tool. So hex dump, something like that. Hex dump. And we'll parameterize it. It is this server package, and we want to print 8 paragraphs of it. Sure, why not? I guess I could even further parameterize it, right? That is a diagnostic sender. Sure, why not? Make it a free function. Oh, hold on. Did it wrong. Like that. It'll make this a nice free function. Because I was kicking myself for not having saved that somewhere where I could reuse it. I had to end up writing it from scratch again. Excuse me. Okay, here's a nice spot. So void hex dump. Most jobs require you to have a deep understanding of Agile workflows. You know what the ironic thing is? In my last job, I was trying to get people to use Agile workflows. No one wanted to do it. I had like the complete opposite problem. People coming in knew more Agile than the people working there, and it was sad. No one really appreciated the, not Scrum. What's the other word? Where you have short iterations? Scrum is the meeting you have. I forget what it is. Anyway, the agile workflow. No one wanted to do it. Amount to show, yeah, that's an argument. So what are we saying? It's a vector? I think so. Vector of unsigned 8-bit integers. Let me adjust my mic a little bit. So data, and that's a reference, isn't it? And then size t, amount, oh, actually it's paragraphs to show. And then system abstractions, diagnostic sender. Commented later, we're just prototyping. All right, so amount to show, it's going to be calculated from paragraphs to showed times 8, because I feel like doing it that, actually 16. I feel like doing it that way. Paragraph would be 1 line. Okay, so what's data? And that's this. Cool. And data goes in a couple more places, apparently. I love the Control D. I knew about the Control Shift L to select all, but really that's going to select more than I want. Control D is really handy. You select one and then you hit Control D 2 more times. Another thing I learned is you can click and then Alt click to put the cursor in a bunch of places. Very handy. All right, so hex dump is what we call, because we're cool, right? Hex dump. Stop the cluster so we can just quickly test it that the hex dump's not broken. There it is. Nice. Okay, so we're going to save it now. So hex dump it, now we're going to save it. So system abstractions file, and we're going to give it a name. So the name will be, do I have cluster stage already? Where did I set that up? Really, I should pass it in, shouldn't I? Oh, it already has access to it. It's in shared. Right, so... Oh, wait a minute, no, it's not connect to servers I want. This is not it at all. Where was it? Is it up here? No. Now I'm lost. I'm lost in my own code. Upload. Here. WebSocket text. So we have access to it here, so I could pass it in here. So I can say shared. How come it doesn't complete? Yeah. Hold on. What? Oh, no, there it is. There we go. I don't know why it wasn't auto-completing before. Actually, you know what? We might need other stuff from the shared thing anyway. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? I don't need to pass it to this. It's in that class. Okay, yeah, I'm just being dumb. Don't mind me being a dumb programmer. I can just pass cluster stage. Cluster stage sounds like a dirty word, but it's not. Okay. It's cluster stage plus slash packages, I guess we'll call it. Slash, and then we'll use the version number. So it is message version .zip. Okay, so we need to give it a name. So package file. So package file dot create We'll handle the possibility of failure by early exit, I guess. It's gonna get a little redundant in how I return these failures. Maybe I want to make a nice cleanup thing. I'll just do a quick and dirty one. So we'll make a class, a really struct cleanup, and it has a destructor, which will do what? We will have it call this kind of thing. And either success or fail. So success will assume it is not successful. Or maybe we should assume it is. No, I'm gonna make it that it assumes it's not, and it'll print out success here, and then the error here. And we need to give it a WebSocket reference. So that is this. So it means we need a constructor. And we need to pass it in here. Cool. So now I think it's okay that we have error even if it's success true. Just be ignored, it'll be an empty string. So here now I can say cleanup. What did I call it? I did call it cleanup. Maybe I shouldn't use the underscore though. Cleanup dot error equals this. Return. Right? And then here it's just cleanup dot success true, and then we don't need to do that. Oh, is it EJ? EJ is here. How are you doing, EJ? It doesn't like cleanup for some reason. Oh, yeah. We need to encourage that to use the string operator. That's my fault. Why doesn't it not like this one, though? Did I not spell it correctly? I'm doing okay, EJ. How are you doing? Today, I am doing prototyping of upgrading and downgrading my servers, so it's automated deployment. In other words, it's DevOps. My cluster looks like this when it's running, at least the diagnostic log does. I'm running 3 servers in the cluster, and I'm making a mechanism, just prototyping it, to upload a new zip file which will contain the code for those servers. And the main orchestrator server receives that package. It's going to put it in a little file system area. And then when it starts a server, we'll be able to say which version to use. And I made a cool little Python-based utility to connect to my cluster and upload the packages. And it's pretty cool. So this is my equivalent. This is my DevOps. Really, it's just going to be 2 commands. Well, 3. Build it, then make the zip file, then deploy it with the version number. And it should show up on the server end as 1.zip somewhere. And we're just putting in the part right now where it actually... I was trying to do a cleaner way of sending back the response by doing it in the destructor of a stack-based variable. I think this would work. I don't know why it's complaining about that, though. Hold on, let me compile it and see what it really says. It's undeclared. Okay, what did I do wrong? I thought I called it cleanup. Oh, cleanup. Cleanup is clean up. There we go. Now it should be fine, right? Come on, compiler. You can do it. All right. So now it's a little bit easier. I can say error is unable to create. Actually, yeah, we'll just say create file and we'll give it the full name, which means I got to do some formatting. Package file.get path. Actually, I guess we can just concatenate it and then we don't need to sprintf, right? That's maybe easier, and then return. Just going to keep it simple by doing early out. So package file dot write, and then we will just write the buffer server package. And if it's going to return how many bytes it wrote. So if that is not equal to server package dot size, then we got a problem, right? Then we couldn't write the file, unable to write. Otherwise, we can truncate the file, because we might be overwriting an old version, never know. EJ bot adjust snark -1. Authentication failed, is it EJ? Yeah. I don't have any authentication. Oh, that reminds me. Someone was asking me what overall systems or subsystems I have, so I took some time to think about that, and I put it under notes under major systems. So up until now, I've been mostly spending time on clustering and persistence of the servers, and yesterday and today I've been doing code versioning. But here are some of the other ideas of systems, and what I might do is make each of these like a key phrase and make that the first thing you'll see in the plan, so that, like, for example, if I'm working on quests, the first word here would be quests. So anyway, the major systems of the game. The server-side stuff, I want to have client handoff, so in other words, server load balancing. I want authentication, so that when EJ logs in, it can say, no, you're not allowed to play. And validation, reporting, execution, feedback of requests from, this is client requests. So basically to check to make sure that the request is valid. And here this system might include bot detection. So if someone tries to script my game and I don't want it to be botted, I might have to think about some way to combat that. Then on the client side, we have view rendering. So showing the tiles. If you remember the Ultima series, it was like an 11 by 11 grid of tiles, and your character or your party was in the center. So each tile, like 32 by 32, they can be stacked. There could be animations, and we could even have some advanced stuff. So I want to have a mini-map system. I want to have the actual game logic be in Lua, so I can easily adjust it without rebuilding the server code. I want to have profiling built in, and then here's more of the game aspects. So items, equipment, inventory system, the XP system, combat quests. Grouping would be like forming groups of players to tackle a more interesting challenge like a dungeon with bosses. Procedural generation for randomized zones. Handing off players between realms. So the name of the game is All Realms. The one idea I had is you could go through a doorway and now actually be transferred over to another game server where the rules are different. Maybe even the user interface is different. You might go from a XY grid to a hex grid. You might go from 2D to 3D. Who knows? And I'll have a whole moderation system. I'm sure I'll need that. The chat system. The what is this about? Player realm interaction. Oh, I think this is how the game logic ties into what the player does. So when they step on a trap, you would have a trap entity that would trigger damage or something. Scripting of entities, there's pathfinding dialogues, like when you're talking to NPCs, banks, shops, triggers, I mentioned for traps and stuff like that, and admin tools. So actually, I'm sort of doing a combination of admin tools and versioning today, when you think about it. That's right. I want to have a lot of varieties of things, so there might be a version of the game where it's hard mode permadeath, and when you die, maybe you get booted back to the realm you came from. There's all sorts of ideas I want to play with, but I thought it was important to break up the parts of the game into subsystems, and then I can kind of jump around. If I don't feel like doing the server side stuff, hey, I could spend a day doing minimap stuff, right? I could dive into Pixie.js and do the rendering of tiles, or I could think of how I want to structure the quest system, or work on the chat server. So this is a way to sort of split up the whole game into smaller, easier to manage subsystems, and then if I can do it, it'd be cool, which would be each system is relatively isolated from the others. So for example, the chat system wouldn't depend on the server persistence or clustering at all. It would be independent. And I've read that that's a good idea in general, is to keep your chat system independent of the rest of the game state. So that was another motivation for making this list of systems and keeping them separate. 2020, well, what is it now, 2019? Actually, I think it'd probably be done in 2021 at the earliest. But I want to get something this year to evolve and then let people in chat give me feedback on. That's the goal. All right, so set the size. This does not fail. Oh, it does fail. I guess we'll detect that too. So yeah, if you guys have any feedback at all, I eagerly absorb feedback. I put it in my notebook. I think about it. And this won't. I'm not aiming that high. It's not going to be massive multiplayer. I just want something for, I don't know, a few dozen people to play at once at first. But actually, when I think about it, to make it earn me a living, I'll probably need a pretty big user base. It's sort of a long shot I'm going for. We'll see. You will be able to play the draft game. It will be your a benefit of being a viewer in my channel. You'll definitely be able to play this while I'm building it. If I thought about monetization a little bit, I think I'll make it free to play for at least the first few zones, and then you can decide if you like it, and if you do, you can pay to unlock zones. I've seen a lot of other games do this, like games my kids played when they were younger, like Wizard 101, there was like Pirate 101. Other games do this where you don't have to pay to try it out, but if you want to get further in the game, you can't you can't go into that town over there because they only let you in if you join their nation or something, and to do that you have to pay, I don't know, something like that. Killing followers and leaders. I don't know about that. You don't mind paying for games that you try it first? Yeah. I don't want people to have a paywall up front, because then it'll fail. They'll be like, never heard of this game, don't know what it is. You want me to pay some money to try it out? No. I want it to be like inviting. Come on in, try this out. If you like it, then here's some stuff you could pay for. If you don't like it, let me know. It's going to be, I expect the game is going to suck at first, and I'll get a lot of feedback, and hopefully work hard to make it worthy. All right, so set the size. I think we're done. We just close it at this point. Not clone, close. Does close have a failure mode? No. Yeah, it does not. It's, for better or worse, we close it. So let's try it out. So this should cause a directory called packages to be made with a 1 in it, if I did this right. Right, because I do 1. So there should be a 1.zip if it finishes. Update successful. So do we have a 1.zip or not? Let's see. Oh, look at that. We do have a 1.zip. Can I open it in Explorer? Oh, look at that. It worked! All right, so we have packages. So I guess the next step would be maybe a tough one. I kind of want to be able to select a package to be used when a server is started. So I'll need some kind of table. Actually, why don't I just build it into the configuration? So I'd do something like this. Config.json. I could say version 1. There we go. Actually, it's got to be a string. It does something like that. And then if you wanted to upgrade a server's version, you'd have to take it out of the cluster and then put it back in with another version. What if you did something like that? Let's try this out. So now, if the configuration has a version number in it, we can select it from the orchestrator. Where's that? Here. You got your Hacktoberfest shirt? Nice. Look at that. Look at all the sticker. Where's the Botland sticker though? I don't see no Botland sticker. Oh wait a minute, you're maybe not in Adam's stream as much. You gotta add a Botland sticker to that, dude. Nice. You don't have to. I'm just joking, by the way. Okay, so we have it available. So it's launch servers where we do this, right? So we'll have this be a default. So let's check. So we'll say there has to be right. So yeah, I know what to do. So we'll say system abstractions file for package file, and we'll construct it the same way as I did before. So actually, I probably should make this a constant, right? I should probably make this a constant. Can I do this though? Can I add? I don't know if I can. This would be packages folder. Let's see if the compiler will let me get away with that. It might, actually. It's just that this is running. I need to close it. Wow, I got away with it. Packages. So we can use, instead of cluster stage, it's going to be packages folder. And then where we call on upload package, we'd say packages folder. There we go. And then I can use packages folder for in launch. Okay, so it's packages folder plus. Oh, wait a minute. Packages folder had a slash on the end, right? Okay, good. Is that what I want? I guess well, what if I just say packages folder? What's a short way to say packages folder? Oops. With a plus delimiter. That's too long. What's a short way of saying that? Or I can just take it out, and then whenever I use packages folder, add a slash. I want to be consistent about where the slashes are. So it would be something like, you have to add it. Yeah, we'll just do that. And then, so in here we'll take the version from the configuration. So it's realms, oh, hold on. We have the configuration, don't we? There's host configuration. Where is instance configuration? I don't think we were given it. Probably launch. No, it's got to be here somewhere. Configuration, yeah, so it's there. So realm server dot configuration, and oh, it's gonna be buried in there though. Shoot. Oh no, it's the server config. Okay, good. So that's exactly what I want because it's in the same area. Okay, good. It's just version then. Plus .zip. So the thing is, we'll say if it is existing, then we'll use it. Otherwise, we'll install the default version. So let's make a function for this. Install packaged version. So it's probably going to need the same things. Well, actually, cluster stage isn't what it needs. It needs the package file. And it's probably going to need these two also, right? No, that one, it only needs because it's not in a package file. So it's just the stage it needs. Yes. So install default will have an alternate. Install package version. And this becomes a file, which we'll allow it to be modified. So system abstractions file, package file. This is the file. Hold on. Containing the this is the zip file containing the files needed by the server, in which to unzip the files, and we don't need that. Okay, so here's where it gets a little tricky because I need to use unzip. I don't know if I've brought this into my project space workspace yet. I have zlib, but I don't remember if I'm using it yet. I might have to cheat and pull this from my last project before I did Twitch streaming. Yeah, let's cheat. Why not? I'm the boss. Just me, so I'm gonna do it. We'll go back to my pre-stream work and just search for unzip. Why is it showing me that? Go away, bookmarks. All files, please. There we go. Zip file. Okay, so I had a wrapper for unzip that did it. Maybe I just want to completely steal this class. Let me find where it is. I had already stolen make package, so I guess I'm stealing zip file as well. Can you drag files across VS Code instances? Let's see. That would be cool. So we're calling this deployment, right? Paste. Oh, look, it worked. It worked. All right, so goodbye, old project. We do need to make we're building code now, so we need to have a CMake file for this, so I'll steal it from a neighbor. Paste. Okay. So this is the CMake lists for deployment. So we don't have headers. Well, hold on. Should I do it the right way? Right way it would be make an include source. Source is not inside of include, but include has a deployment folder. And inside there, you put the zip file. And then source goes here. Thanks for the follow. So let's see. Deployment has zip file. And then zip file for source. And then I think we just need zlib. And we don't need this. And we don't have tests yet. They're just prototyping. At some point when this gets fleshed out enough. Actually, that's a good question. If the prototype is pretty good, can you just upgrade the prototype to real code by adding tests? Or do I really need to start over with tests and then pull in from the prototype? That's a good question. All right, so that looks good. Packaging becomes deployment. Alrighty, Ramy. I hope I at least gave you some ideas on your problem with C# networking. Sounds like a tough problem. And hey there, Sato Babo, how's it going? Streaming Rocket League? Go for it. Do what you want, man. If you enjoy streaming Rocket League, go for it. Why the Monka S? All right, so but we need system abstractions, so that's another dependency. Okay. I think, oh, hold on. I like the latest copyright symbol thing these days. So I'm going to steal it. I haven't worked on this since 2016. Well, it's time to update it. And we're renaming packaging to, oops, to deployment. Although now that I think about it, maybe it is packaging and not deployment. Maybe? Yeah, let's call it packaging. I feel like calling it packaging. You're learning HTML. Is there anything I can offer you? Not really. I could tell you the sum total of all the HTML I've done, which isn't much. It would be here, what, public index? It's just the boilerplate stuff you need for that comes with React, that React app gave me, or create React app. So I'm not really an HTML guy. I need to be though, because I need to set up my website. But what you see here mostly is C++, some React, some Python, some JavaScript. Oh, my camera is fighting me again. The chroma key gods are not liking me today. Can I play with some of these other sliders a little bit? They're not really helping. Okay, you're gonna see my chair fade out a little bit. Sorry about that. Yeah, my green screen is suffering today because of low light. I guess we'll go with the green sparkles or blue sparkles. Yeah, we'll have to live with it. Yeah, I don't know much about HTML or CSS compared to a lot of the other people here. I'm more of a C++ guy. So I think this class should work as is, right? It's using my old naming style. Maybe I'll just live with that for now. I'm just updating some stuff here. And we're going to rename this to packaging. So this renames to packaging. Let it snow. Yes, it's snowing. It would suck if it was actually snowing, wouldn't it? It doesn't snow much in Southern California. Okay, so this is a public file, so it's packaging zip file. And it's promoted. Okay, so I just need to pull this into from the main CMake file, and we should be good. Add directory from this repository. Packaging. Let's see if it works. Deployment. I was pulling it in. Oh. No sources. Okay. Oh, the name is wrong. That's one thing. Actually, I think that was it. Try again. Done. Okay, good. And it should build it, right? Cannot open file, unzip. Okay. Where was unzip? Is it not in zlib? Is it in contrib part of zlib? Oh yeah, it might have been added for contrib. Mini zip or something like that, right? Yeah, there it is. So how do I pull this in? Well, let me look at the CMake list for zlib. Mini zip. Contrib, maybe. Okay, it's not coming up. Let me cheat again. Open, new window, go back to my old project. How did I pull it in there? Yeah, I had this old way I used to do this. Oh, it's mini zip. Okay. Maybe that's what I need. Mini zip. Let's try that. It might say it doesn't know what minizip is, though. Yeah, it can't find it. Okay, so I probably just have custom rules for finding minizip. Minizip. Okay, maybe I need to do this. I might need this too. Actually, let's grab this whole thing. Echo hello world. Is Pawn now executing KHPS official scripts? Yeah, it's not in zlib static. It's a contribution to zlib for from someone else. So main CMake, right? And then how do I pull in zlib? Ah, so it is different. So I had turned off the examples, but I needed to turn on the minizip. And add it to the list. Otherwise, I think we're good. What is this doing? Target purpose zlib source. Oh, I see. Okay. I think I see. I don't want to say because I might be wrong on my guess. Let's see if that works. If this doesn't work, then I might have had to customize the zlib CMake file. Yeah, okay, I think I did. So I think I needed to customize its CMake file to get this to work. I think that probably doesn't exist in the vanilla zlib. Yeah, see, I had to add it. So it's something I added. Extras and yeah, I think I added this myself at some point. So what did I do? Not that. Hold on. Other window, please. There we go. Let's see what I had to do. Okay, I put them where it had examples. I call it extras. Oh, it's the same thing? Okay. So that means okay, yeah, example. We're calling them examples, but then where was minizip? Ah, here we go. Contrib minizip. So I think I added this. I don't think this was there before. Yeah, I added this. So I'll have to check this into my own branch for this. So yeah, let's try this. All right, I think it got further. Okay, we're okay building minizip now. It's just where I'm using packages folder, I have a syntax error of some kind. What's the error? No appropriate default constructor. Undeclared identifier. Okay. Hold on. I thought I had that. There. What's special about minizip? It adds zip file facilities to zlib. So zlib is mostly just doing the compression. It doesn't do the file format for zip. But if you go to zlib and you go to contrib minizip, I think they have a man page about it. It's a simple tool which allows the extraction of compressed file archives in zip format used by, you can tell how old this is, MS-DOS utility pkzip. It was written as a demonstration of zlib, so it lacks many of the features of unzip programs, but it has enough that for what my purposes, which is basically to list the files inside the zip and extract their contents. So yeah, it's sort of just an example of how you use zlib to unzip a zip file. So I'm just leveraging that. Okay, question is, why can't I get this access to this variable? It's in the shared state. I thought that's where we were down where the error was, but I could be wrong. Oh, no, we aren't. It's shared. We're one level away, so we have to do that. Can't do a plus. What? Oh, because it doesn't know that this is a string. Let's break this up by line. So that plus slash plus that plus zip. Cool. All right. Ready to try it? Oh, I never actually did the unzipping, did I? I got distracted. Let's let me look at how I use the unzip thing in my other project here. Where did I use that? I guess it would be wherever zip file is used. It's basically just a wrapper I wrote on top of minizip, because minizip is C, and I'm trying to use it from C++. Okay, so here we go. So we call open on it. Oh, right, it follows my same API. Got it. So, yeah, it makes sense. So we should be able to get to make one. I'll need to include the header though. And it's not assets, it's package zip, package file zip. And we will, why did I do it this way? Oh, this is the old way before you had make shared. They just do that. Actually, why am I even doing that? I should just do this. Like that. I don't know why I had it shared file. And then we already have a file. And I guess we just need it for its name. So open its name. Get path. Oh, we can fail, right? So we should have a failure mode. Pascal is kind of old, isn't it? I learned Pascal though, so I don't want to say it's bad. I just think of it as old because I learned it a long time ago. It's quite common in C++ to use minizip. Yeah, so I think, yeah, I made this zip file wrapper in order to adapt it to an interface I already had, which had this sort of interface like open read list directory, so that you could use it instead of an actual directory object. So I'm just reusing it because it doesn't cost me anything. All right, open. It can fail. An indication. I'm going to need to stand up and move around. I need that adjustable desk is what I need. An indication of whether or not the package was successfully unzipped is returned. If it fails in any way, I think what we'll do is we'll just revert to the default version. Okay, see ya playing with scissors. Bye! Have fun with English class. Okay, default is return true. I think what we'll just do, it's not called assets. Actually, I want to see if this actually builds first to make sure that there are no build issues. Okay, it has a build issue. Oh, I haven't set the dependency. Packaging. There we go. Right, it's not an arrow, is it? It's a dot. Yeah, Adam's been here for a while. He's been probably working on Botland in the background while listening. right? You don't have to, Adam, but if you'd like, I'd be curious to know how far along you are in the performance issue hunt. If you were working on trying to fix issues where it would you get code timeouts, and it was somewhat related to was it definitely or just possibly related to code optimization? As you could tell, didn't have my full attention when I was watching that part, but it would comfort me to know that you got past those issues and that you're on to the next thing. Bodland is cool. I don't know what you guys think, but it's there are not many games out there where you can actually use programming in the game, so I liked it. I still like it. Trying to figure out if it's code optimization. Yeah. See, what's cool though is maybe you're networking, right? You're talking to Amazon staff, now you're talking to V8 staff. You'll be well connected when this is done, at least, right? I have all these insiders that you know. Okay, so this builds. Just to verify that it actually is working, I think I'm going to have it just list the files out and print them. So for that, I'll need just to loop through, right? Package, file. How come the IntelliSense is not helping me here? Dot list directory. All right, so it wants to store it. I wonder why I did it this way. This is just old code I've written. Instead of returning a vector, it's like expecting you to give it one and it puts it there. So the directory is... Wait a minute, why is there... Okay, I don't understand the semantics here. Coding is pretty good, 3D extended. How's it going? I am doing prototyping today. So I have my server cluster. Uh-oh, it's broken. Okay, when it wasn't broken, it would start up and elect a leader, and then I've been making this tool today in Python that deploys a zip file containing new version of the code, and it successfully gets all the way to the orchestrator, and the orchestrator matches the digest. It even prints out the first 8 paragraphs of the hex dump for it, and returns back that it succeeded. And now I'm working on adding a thing where we can actually unzip that package when we start up a server just by specifying that we want that version of the code. So the idea is that if I want to upgrade a server, I would take it out of the cluster, so I'd just remove that, then put it back in with a new version number, and this would all be done automated using the Python tool. Why did I decide to use Python? I just like the language, and it's I already had some stuff in Python, so I already had this make package that makes my deployment anyway, because I wrote this for another project. And I like the way it fits all on one screen pretty much here, right? It you can tell I've had it for a while. It's pretty concise and easy to understand, at least for me, that it does more than just zip up a directory. It can also merge in another zip file, and it can ignore files we don't want. And here's the deployment stuff. All I really needed to learn that I didn't know was how to do asynchronous I/O with Python. So we're doing a lot of coroutines, but it's pretty concise. It's under 104 lines. Does all of the transmission and communication with the server. So it's pretty nice. Name leaked. What name? What name? What name leaked? My name leaks all the time because it's in my Git commits, but I use OneNote, and I can't help helping the fact that my name shows up there. Yeah, so we're having fun today prototyping. So I'm not doing test-driven development that I usually do because I want to get a prototype deployment system up and running, and then kind of go back and clean it up. So for example, we're sending the entire zip file as a JSON object. So instead of the original 1.6 megs, it's 7 megs because all of the non-ASCII characters are being escaped. And it takes upwards of a second to unpack that. So it's really suboptimal, but still reasonable for a prototype. And yeah, having fun. Actually, this shouldn't have broken, shouldn't it? Oh, wait a minute, it will. Right, it totally will. Unless we return false, and I fix... Well, let's... How do I want to do this? Yeah, let's just have it return false here, and just to make sure that this is what broke it, I wanted to have a check here anyway. If it exists and it succeeded, or really, if it doesn't exist, if the package file didn't exist, or we fail to install it, then we revert to installing the default version, right? That's essentially it. So this, now hopefully hopefully it's not broken. Cool. So if you haven't seen this in a while, I have pretty much all the Raft consensus algorithm done. So I can do cool things like, here, I'll demonstrate the election process. Server 10 is the leader of the cluster. It's in process 12.388. So what do you suppose happens if I kill that process? Okay, so I enjoy doing this. Boom! It's dead. Two things happen. A timeout happens amongst the other two servers, and one of them wins election. In the meantime, the orchestrator says, oh, he died, and then it relaunches him about a second later. And so you'll have a new leader, and 10 comes back in as a follower. So it's pretty nice. I can kill any of these servers, and if it was a leader, a new leader gets elected. If it's not the leader, then it just gets relaunched and it rejoins. That's one cool thing. I somehow kept picking the leader each time I killed something. Anyway, so the election process is nice and solid. The next thing is log replication, and that works really nicely too now. That shows up in my runtime area here. If I look at any server state, here are the three servers. If I look at the game journal, it's identical. I know there's nothing to see in the journal right now, but anything that gets added to the leader's journal gets replicated to the followers' journals, and these might be running on different computers, spanning the globe and all that good stuff. So that's replication, so that's done. So then the other thing that I most recently did is we can add a server to this mix. So through this admin console, let me close the debugging. I can say, well, let's add a server, right? So we get that set up to go, and I say, upload that config. And you can see what happened in the background. It created another directory here for 13. It started 13, and it got it replicated. And here we actually have log entries to handle the little shuffle that we do. So the Raft consensus algorithm says you can't just immediately jump from 3 servers to 4. You have to go to a joint configuration where both sets are active, and then only when that's confirmed, you go to the new set only. And the reason for that is you might have removed one and added one at the same time. So that's called joint consensus. It's a temporary step. We go to the new state, and we're done. And to make sure all the servers follow lockstep, it's done through replication of commands in the journal. So the first command here says we're starting to reconfigure, and it actually has not just what Raft needs, but all the configuration items. Then Raft itself does the two-step process. There's the joint consensus or config, and then the single. And then when we're done, we do a finish. And so it's all nicely coordinated now, and if you look at any of these servers, will have the identical state. So that's what I've been doing up until now. Now I'm just adding in versioning. So the the software is going to show up in that same runtime area. I'm getting confused. Let me close everything and open it again. It's build orchestrator. So there's now a packages, and there's going to be zip files, and that has the contents, the files that we need to actually put on each instance. So it's the executable configuration file and some the certificate for HTTPS. So now we're just saying if it exists and we try to install it. If it doesn't work, we default back to some version of code that came with the orchestrator. But if we can, we really want to unzip that zip file and put its files where they should go. So package file zip dot. I had this so it was list, right? Actually, I should just look at the other project I used this in. Where did I use this assets? Oh, I didn't use it there. Let me look at one of these other places where I might have used it. Bootloader. Ooh. Oh, okay, so it's list with empty. So that's root. Okay, got it. So list directory. And then files. So files is going to be a vector of strings. And let's say for const auto file and files. Actually, it's file names, right? Okay, so let's, for now, let's just print out a message. So shared diagnostic message, diagnostic sender? No. I shouldn't just guess, I should look this up. Publisher. What is it? Why is the IntelliSense not working? Dot. Okay, the IntelliSense is kind of weirded out, so let me build and I'll reload. And I can't reload while it's running. Okay, now it will reload. Now hopefully my IntelliSense will work better. Guess I should give it some time. So there we go, so it's better. Formatted message, right? So let's print out some things. Contains of a certain number of bytes, right? So we'll print out the package file, get path C string, and the name of the file. And then we're going to ask the zip file to for the size of the file. Okay, it's a uint64 though. File name. So that is, let's do this right. So it's %PRIU64. And for that, we want to make sure we, int types. Okay, good. So that's like a standard way in C and C++ these days to insert the format placeholder for a particular type if it's an integer unsigned 64. And a good compiler like Clang will do this for you, but right now I'm using IntelliSense, says uint64t, so it matches up with that. It's the third argument, so we're good. Oh, I got itchy eyes. Probably because I forgot to take my allergy stuff. Okay, let's run this and make sure that it can unpack it correctly. So then run the deploy tool. And, oh, I renamed it, didn't I? It's now packaging deploy. So it's connecting, it's uploading the package, it's done. And it said what? It said nothing. Oh well, it didn't work. Oh, wait a minute, it's only when we actually install it, isn't it? Yes. So it would have done it way up here. Oh, look at that, it did it. So it's actually running an old version of the code because I haven't updated the package yet. All right, so let's update the package. That would be Python packaging No, I had a script for this. W package. There we go. Oh, and I need to update it. Who am I supposed to ban? Bye-bye. That's the first time I've ever had to do that. Oh, are you kidding, Adam? I can make you one. That'll free up a slot. There, Adam's a mod now. Adam's much better at modding anyway, but see, I did it though. That's the first time I've ever had to do that. How long did it go for? 3 minutes? Ooh. So the reason why it took me 3 minutes to do that is I've never had to do that before. Sorry about that, guys. It did free up a mod slot. Oh, wait a minute. I mean, it freed up a VIP slot. You know what that means, right? Ramey's a VIP, and who's the first person to say it? Okay, all the VIPs were the first to say it. Yeah, sorry about that. That's the first time that's ever happened. And I'm giving it far too much attention, aren't I? Okay, so I'm gonna fix the is that a good problem to have, Adam? Oh, someone already beat me to it. Is this count as a good problem to have? That means the channel's maybe not so silent anymore, that I actually have this problem now. Package needs to pull from packaging. Cool. So now I can do it. Oh, I did it from the wrong directory. I want to do it from here. And then I can deploy it. That'll be version 1. Now, one thing I should do now that it's versioned, I should have, when it starts up, it should say what version it is. I mean, it says it here. Actually, no, it's not running it. It's only printing it out. I'm not actually doing the unpacking. We should do that. Because it looked correct, right? The sizes are correct. How do I confirm that? Print it out? Oh, I haven't run it since. So when I run it again, it should be 4 million, right? Yeah, okay, 4 million. So those sizes match, right? Yep. So it should be good. Now we'll actually do the installation. You know, I'm fortunate to have you guys in here the first time that happens, because it would have sucked if that happened when I had to deal with it by myself. That means I guess Rally Monkey isn't here. That was his one chance to prove that he could mod. Okay, install this version. So we have where am I? No. Here it is. Why did I put it after default? Anyway, instead of printing it, I think we're good to just write it out. So I had this in here, right? Oh, it was just a plain old, I guess we can do the same thing. My eyes are itchy. All those tabs. How many tabs do I have? What tabs are you talking about? Oh, all these tabs. Well, this is old code. It doesn't count. I'm just cannibalizing it here. It's from before I got good, right? No. It was at least a year old, if not 2 or 3 years old. You guys have that problem where, like, you look at code you wrote years ago and it's just ugly as hell. Or ugly as heck. And then you have to clean it up. So instead of that, we will use server stage. And then it outdented it too far. And then this is replaced with this. That is, root module is package file. And inner file is good. Are you guys scrounging through the people who got banned? Is that what you're doing? Adam's a master at Twitch forensics. He's able to tell if you use his emotes on other channels. And I think he's keeping all of his knowledge to himself, right? Secret knowledge? As far as how you track down stuff? Actually, if you did want to say it, I would be curious to know. There's probably tools you use to search. There's a lot of tools that are Twitch related that I don't know about that are probably really handy to know. Okay, it's not C-string here. Let's replace all of that. It is packagefile.getPath C-string. Although I don't know if we necessarily care to print all that stuff out. Oh, okay. Package is just a zip file. Wait, why is it new? Well, the inner file is the name. New inner file. Okay, I don't like this. Let's call new inner file just file. And then inner file is file name. And we need a buffer. And I think we can reuse the buffer. Is that what I did back up here? This is horrible code. Yeah. I think I just reused a buffer the whole time. Correct me if I'm wrong, package file zip, but you just set the size to be whatever. Yeah, it does a clear and it does a resize. Okay, good. You can see how my wrapper works. So I just want it to be, here's the file name, put it here, and then it wraps basically the locate file, the get current file info, open, read, close. So I don't have to do it at this level. If we can't open at any time, I think we want to return false, right? Not continue. And then we'll return true if we ever get down this far. And we don't need to say this anymore. Or should we? We'll say successfully installed. Version S to S. Well, actually, it's not version, it's package. And it's server stage. Okay. Actually, if it creates it, does it ever truncate it? I don't think it does. We should do that. Because it might be overwriting a file that was there before. What are we doing here? We're working on prototyping a deployment tool in my game. Am I following you? I don't know if that's for me, but no, I'm not following you. Or are you guys following each other through Twitch? I've noticed that happening. I call it great minds think alike. If you're here and someone else is here, they're not following you. You just have the same idea of who you want to watch, right? So this is going to be unable to, whatever. To cut end of, yeah. Well, that's not really the right. Set size. There we go. And I want this to be outside that loop, don't I? Okay, let's try that. There's a lot of failure paths, which is okay. They probably will never happen. Oh yeah, Adam, I mean playing with scissors, you missed your mod opportunity. I banned one person. I was really slow at it. It took me like 3 minutes to notice I needed to ban them, and then I think, yeah, I modded Adam pretty quickly after that because he said he was willing, and he banned the second one. Okay, cool. Let's try it out. So, do it. Oh, look at that. Successfully installed package. Nice. And if it wasn't there, what happens? So we'll delete it, right? And then run it again. It still runs, but it's running the default. I wonder if I should have it print something for that. Let's have it print something. Let's just have it do it up here. Installing default package to that place. Server stage. Though this is sort of the bootstrap. I'll probably actually never need this because when I bootstrap the servers for real, I'll probably start it with the first version package already there. That's okay playing with scissors. I failed too. It took me 3 minutes. My excuse is that I've never had to ban someone before, and that was the first time, so it took me a bit to even notice chat was going berserk. Installing default package, there we go. And then I can deploy that. Well, let's make it. And I can make a shortcut for that too, I bet. Oh, that's controlled in the config file. Not sane. So we can play around with that. So I can have one of them run a different version. Like that. And so we'll have to deploy it. So it'll be the same actual code, right? And now when I start this up, it will give, version 2 goes to server 11. So if I had different code, it would load the correct code depending on what I put into the config file. So yeah, the idea is it may start like that, and then to upgrade a server, you'll take it out, apply that to the cluster, then add it back in with a 2, and then repeat the process with the other 2 servers. You need to make sure, and my cluster really is only 3, I can only remove 1 at a time. Because if I remove 2, what happens is you get a lonely server that can never have a majority, and actually, it'll happily become leader all the time, but yeah, actually, you can have 1 server running. It'd be dangerous though. It's not backed up. It's not replicated in any way, right? So any progress it made, it wouldn't be able to replicate right away until you added the servers back. Anyway, the idea is 1 at a time you would update them. Yeah, I've noticed some people follow everyone. Like they'll have thousands of followed. They'll be following thousands of people. I think it's just a thing people do. The question is what the guy said bad enough that I need to censor it from YouTube? I don't know. I'd hate to have to go back and censor my own VOD before I update it to YouTube. Actually, that might be a good opportunity to try to play around with the editing tools in Twitch. Just to censor the chat during that period. Alright, so we can select new versions now. Actually, I think we're almost done with the prototype. So, okay, here's some convenience things. We might want to remotely remove a version and remotely list the versions available. This I can do like I just described. Yeah. These are easier. Let's do these first. How much time do I have? Another half an hour? Or I should take a break? It does rock version 2. Version 1 and 2 are the same, though. So, and this is actually a good test, right? I can blow away 2 and keep 1 and see what happens. So, let's delete. Where's my delete? Let's delete version 2. And then run again. So 11 got the default package. 10 and 12 got version 1. I guess that's fine for now. I want to have a more sophisticated system eventually where, let's say, it tries to run 2 and 2 crashes a couple times. It might revert back to 1. It might have like a ranking of versions based off of either like a score, like the longer it's run without problems, it gets a higher score. Or just, I might not even need it to be that sophisticated. I might just have a fallback version that if a version that's set up to use cause it to crash over and over again, it would fall back to another version. Need to have something like that, but for now, I think it's fine. I guess I'll just add the convenience function. So let's add it to. Let's do some React today. Let's do the JavaScript side. You guys can all have a chuckle at how bad I am at it. Sounds good to me. All right, so what does it look like now? It looks like this. There's a little spot I had for uploading a package. I can't use this anymore. Actually, I don't even want this. I don't want it here in the admin console. Maybe I just remove it now. Server package. Let's remove it. Although this was fun to do. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards more using the Python script to do all my deployment of packages. But once they're in there, I kind of want to be able to remove old ones and upgrade servers to new ones. So we're not going to need this. Code trimming. So make sure it didn't ruin anything. Okay, good. Not ruined. Maybe just to start with, we'll have it print out what versions are available. So this would be a new command that we need. I guess we would do it once, right? When it first connects. So on connected. So something like fetch versions. Why not? And right now it'll do nothing. So if I run it, in fact, it's already running, this should complain that it got an unrecognized message. It didn't complain. Do I have it not complaining about unrecognized commands? It might not be complaining. Oh yeah, it's just returning. Actually, I probably should print something, right? Let's print out like unrecognized command or something, just so that if I ever do it, I'll know I did it by accident. Let's print it as a warning. My cat is moaning in his sleep, or purring in his sleep, or whatever you call it. It's wet outside, he's sleeping inside, he's a happy cat. Okay, so receive unrecognized message. Type C-string. Actually, the version stuff is going to screw me up unless I remove it all, right? For now. Or actually, I'll leave it in there with empty strings. Otherwise, when I rebuild the code, it's not going to actually run the new code. Syntax error. Oh no. Yeah, why did I do that? Okay. Do it. So it should get that it gets an unrecognized message. Oh, what's happening here? They're dying. The servers are dying. Oh, did I kill it with this message? I might have. Let me, oh, right. I have to return. It's going to go to this and crash. Yeah, that was bad. It was constantly crashing when it got an unrecognized message because it was going to a null iterator and dereferencing it. So there we go. Received unrecognized fetched versions. I wanted to see that. And so flagged as a warning. Okay, good. So let's add the message to client message handlers. Fetch versions. On fetch versions. Similar to upload package, we're just going to forward it to the orchestrators. So it's very simple then. So now it'll be accepted and forwarded, and the orchestrator is going to be like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Oh, is the orchestrator is probably also ignoring and not logging anything, any unrecognized messages. So let me add that. Upload package. No, it should be printing that. Is it here and I just don't see it? Oh no, it's not even, no, it's connecting. Huh. It should have printed that. Did I not build that right? Yeah, default package, just do it. Let me make sure it's doing something. Forwarding fetch versions to orchestrators. Forwarding it. I'm not seeing it. I'll be right back. I need to take a quick bio break. Hello again. Excuse me. Big sigh. What do I want to know? Oh, wait a minute. I think I might see the problem. No, it's 2 encoding. And I misspelled orchestrators. How could I? Yeah, traders. Trader not printing out the message I asked it to, right? Yeah. Actually, I wonder if what's happening is it's just happening too quickly. Right, because we don't actually connect to the servers right away. I think that's what's happening. So to verify that, if I just disconnect now and reconnect. Ah. So the orchestrator was launching it, and the admin console was beating the orchestrator to it. It's a race. So I guess what we can do is just keep sending it until we get a reply, right? So in here, what's the best way to do this? It would be probably a timer. So every once in a while, try to send that until we've gotten a response back. So where do we do that? You guys probably know this by heart, but I need to look it up. JavaScript timer. Set timeout. But how do I cancel it if I need to? I guess I just reset it every time, right? Clear timeout to prevent it from running. And what is set? I shouldn't even be looking at W3 School, should I? Set interval. You can call clear timeout. There we go. That's kind of what I want. No, that's not it. Isn't there an MDN? Is this it? Why is this in window or worker global scope set timeout? Anyway, this is probably it, right? It returns an ID which can be used to clear it. Okay. Okay, see you, Adam. I need to get food soon too. I need to be doing what you're doing. I'm hungry, but I have another 15 minutes or so. But yeah, enjoy. So let's do that. Let's put it into the state as well. So this dot set state fetch versions time. What do we call the thing? Timer. If anything is ever window or worker scope, you don't need to include the window. Oh, I see it. Got it. So set timeout. What's the signature of the function? Okay. And I can use this in this scope. Here's where I get kind of not sure of myself. Can I say this not on fetch versions? And not call it? And then just give a timeout? And timeout is what? It's is it a number of milliseconds? Milliseconds. Okay, so I don't know. A second? I should build this into fetch versions, shouldn't I? And then make that part of this. I like arrow functions. I don't know if I'm overusing them or not, but I kind of like them. And that's correct. Am I doing that correctly? I think so. Oh, wait. It's not an equals. There we go. Figured it out. No. Yep, thank you. Definitely needed to be fixed. Okay, so thanks for following, by the way. I think I just wanted to call itself, right? So we set up a timer to... Thanks for the second follow there. So set up a timer to re-enter this after a second, and we'll just cancel it if we get back versions. Otherwise, we set up to call us back in a second, then request it, and then it should keep retrying. And I'd want to cancel it in a couple places, right? Actually, I want to make sure that the socket is actually valid, so we'll say if this dot socket, then actually, what if we just do an early return? No, it's not going to be an early. There's two different logic paths, right? That way or that way. We do not send it here. Instead, it's null. And then if we get it, we'll set it to null as well. So I need to refactor this, don't I? Right now I have as an ugly switch statement. And I have an inconsistency here. A lot of messages are all lowercase, but I've been switching recently to make it uppercase. We'll call it versions for now. Okay, so we'll have it store it directly. Set state. There are two things we're going to set, right? So one is the timer. So we're going to cancel it first. If this dot state dot fetch, then cancel timeout. Did I get that right? Clear timeout. This dot state dot fetch. And then set it to null. And then we're going to also fill in what we got back. So versions, message.versions. Okay. So this should already be running, right? Yeah, so every second that's what's cool about React framework and all the tooling that comes with it is I didn't have to run anything. It just automatically picked it up and started running it. So every time it's connected now, yeah, I should probably remove that debug message now. Forwarding fetch. Let's remove that since it's spamming. So now it will just say it's unrecognized at the orchestrator level. So orchestrator, we just need to respond to this, right? Oh, hold on. There's the two-step. We have to respond and then the upload complete, just like how upload complete is forwarded. You know what? I'm just going to make this generic. I'm going to say on forward to admins or forward admins. And then we'll remove this stuff. I don't think we need it anymore. So now it's more generic. Actually, do we even, maybe it's, yeah, maybe we forward everything to admins. So if the orchestrator sends us something and it's not a Raft message, it probably should just all go to admins, right? So it's even easier. Yeah, let's try that. So build, run it. Still unrecognized, but let me make sure the deployment thing still works. Cool. Cool. All right. Let's do the last step then. So here it is. When we, where is it? Fetch. When we fetch versions, we're going to on fetch versions. We don't need a WebSocket, do we? Actually, we do. Return path, right? And then message. We don't need the actual message. We need the packages folder. That we need. Okay. So it's like this one. I already forgot what I named it. Fetch versions, yes. Okay. Here I'm going to take advantage of another utility I made a while ago. System abstractions directory. I need to include that. Oh no, it's in file. It's in file. File. List directory. It works the same way that the zip thing did. So I will have... Where was it? It was install packaged version, right? There's a list directory and then an iteration and like this. So packages folder. Let's make that a name, and then we'll have a packages folder, which is the file. And this, oh, no, it's a static, sorry. List directory, and then it, yeah, so it's just folder. File names. Like that. And we don't need a buffer, we're just going to form a list, right? So we'll make a response object, so auto JSON, no, auto response is JSON object. And what depends on what this expects now. Oh, I didn't hook this up, did I? Or did I? Oh, I didn't have to hook it up. It's just this big switch, right? So in that switch, it's versions. And that has to be the value for type, right? Type. So type is versions. And then the other field was versions, right? Yes. So here, I'll make a JSON array, which is empty. And then I'll immediately, actually, hold on. Let me think about this. I can do it the other way. Yes, so I can make the array first. And then actually this can be all folded out. So this becomes ws dot send text that dot to encoding. And then this becomes a standard move versions. And then versions is a JSON array, empty for now. And then we'll just add to it. So yeah, we don't need that. So versions dot add JSON object. So what do we want to say? The name, right? So version, and then it'll be the, we have to extract the version number from it. So we can take advantage of the fact that the packages folder and the file name will have the same prefix. So it'll be file name dot substring starting from packages folder dot length. And then we need to also chop off the delimiter. This is going to get a little lengthy. And then it's count. So count will be the file name dot length minus this length. And then we have 4 more to chop off, right? Slash dot zip. That's 5. Hopefully I counted correctly. What did I do wrong here? That's a string. String, that's a... Oh, no comma. Boop. There we go. Alright, so it's just version. Should I include the size? Let's just keep it simple. So it's not even an object, you're just adding the string. There we go. Alright, so it should arrive back as an array of version numbers, or version strings, really. So let's try it out. Cool. So I can see that if I look at the React state, right? Oh, I have an error. Oh, when it couldn't connect. Okay, not a problem. Connect to React. Ooh, look at that. Oh, look, it's there. It's there. Actually, but it's not going to refresh, will it? I know what we can do. We can just post it whenever something gets pushed. So but who we post it to? Oh, we'll post it back to the server that told us to upload it in the first place, because it'll just send it to all admins connected to it. Okay, so it'll only really work if we're connected to the same instance here, 10, as what we use to upload. Oh, by the way, I need to... That script is hard-coded right now. That's one thing I need to do in that deploy, isn't it? It has the address of the server hard-coded. Right here. That 8084, the fact that it's on localhost, that just happens by mere coincidence to match server 10. So I should probably have it parse our config file to find out, and then I'll just pick one server to talk to. For now, what can I do? I'll just leave it for now. So when I add another version, so deploy 2, it's deployed, but it won't show up here until I like talk to another server. There, and I can flip back and it should be in under 10's list as well. There we go. Cool. So now we have a version list. So how do I want to show it here? Here's where I'm not so good. I kind of want to have a little chart and be able to select one and then like have a delete button next to it. Maybe I can just make it a table for now. So let me make a place for this. Where would it go? Under cluster status, I guess. So this render versions. Yeah, but I want to put buttons in there too. I guess I could just make it really brain dead simple for now, right? Like you say, just make an unordered list. So I did this before, right? I had map. I used map. Is it map for array? Oh, let me see. So it would be I'm just looking at other code where I did this to see if I right, so we would, I don't know if this is the cleanest, but we can do const versions equals this dot state dot versions dot map version to li and then version. Horizon? No, version. Cool. So, and then I can just say return unordered list versions. This should at least show it in a list, right? 368. Something's wrong here. Do I need to say return? Cannot read property map of undefined. Oh, misspelled it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, I could reduce it. Oh, it's not defined yet, so I forgot to put that in the default state. There we go. Ordered list has, I think I want an unordered list, right? Oh, see us for reals? Okay. See you in a couple weeks. Where are you going? On vacation again? Your previous vacation was cut short, I know, so is this resumption of vacation? Well, have fun. Enjoy vacation. Okay, so I guess I can just this is like old school, right? I can just have a button. How do I do buttons elsewhere? Ah, here we go. Button. This, hold on, I need to have some context in here, right? Oh, we can just make it with an arrow function. Oh, I was going to clean this up too, right? It's just version and then that. Remove some Chrome there. I don't need this Chrome either. Okay, so we're going to change this. So it's remove and then on remove version. No, it's going to be version. Hold on, no, it's we already have version, right? So it's this on remove version, right? Let's see if I got that right. So if that worked, I should be able to make another handler here that says from version, and we'll just do an alert. We'll just do a log for now. So console.log would have removed version. Let's change it. Version. All right, let's try that. Console, please. Oops. I think I know why. I called it, right? Yeah, I need to make this an arrow function. There we go. And then, there we go. Okay, cool. So, on remove version will be... Oh, hold on. There's a lot of places where we just assume we have a socket still, right? This one's a problem right now, because if we're not connected, watch what happens. Try to change that. Boom! Big error. What's a more graceful way to change it, to fix this? We really want to just change it, right? So it would be if this socket, then try to change it, and then in the meanwhile write its value back. So this dot set state. Oh no, we should, yeah. This dot set state log threshold is log threshold, and then a function to do the rest of it. Basically, set the log threshold. Once it's set, then go and there's a way to give it to it, right? Well, that's if I wanted the previous state. I don't need the previous state. I can just pull it right out of the state, right? I can say this dot state dot. So now that should be repaired. I should be able to change it. Oops. What did that do? Nothing bad, okay. Should be able to disconnect, and I should be able to change this without errors. Clear the errors for a second. And then when I connect though, now I can actually change it. Yep. Cool. And yeah, okay, good. So same thing here, I think. If this socket, how about if not, then return? So now if I disconnect, it won't do anything. Only if I connect will it do something. And what's this? Each child should, oh, I don't have a key. I should do that, shouldn't I? So that's wherever I had the unordered list, right? So key equals version. Now it doesn't complain. What's this? It's, oh, right. I don't need it anymore. I'll keep it around though. Cool. All right. Now let's put in the on remove version. So instead of removing it, we will do this .socket.send a JSON stringify type remove version. Version is version. All right. So I don't need this anymore. So remove. Remove one. Unrecognized. Good. Good, good, good. So we will forward. That got forwarded all the way to the... No, it didn't get forwarded. We need to forward it on fetch versions. Actually, I can make this generic. On forward to orchestrators. Forward to orchestrators. Is that the one? Now we have two things that do it, so let's remove version. This will get us one more step. Okay. And we remove version 1. Got all the way to the orchestrator. Okay, so one more step. Okay. I think at the end here we'll call on fetch versions. But this is going to be on remove version because we'll fetch what's left, right? So this is pretty easy. It will be system abstractions file delete, not delete directory. It's going to be package is packages folder plus slash plus, and we need to know the version, right? So const standard string version. Sorry, I got distracted a bit there. .zip. Okay, and then we just destroy it. Destroy. On fetch versions. Remove version. On remove version. And we get the version from the message, which is what? Message. Version. Cool. Let's do it. Okay. So remove one. Yay. I'm not even printing something. I should probably print it out. So let's print it out. Removing package. Hold on, what does this actually print? Received package for version blah. So we'll say remove package. There we go. Okay, so remove 2. Removing package for version 2. Nice. So the reason why it got removed is it's just a side effect of me calling the on fetch version, so it ends up forwarding the version table again every time you remove one. The only thing right now is it won't fetch the new table automatically. It doesn't. I guess I could do that every second or so. Right now, I have to switch to another server, and then it should show up there as one. Should probably have it print something there as well, right? So, something like a div in which we put the versions, but we also say versions. Let's make it a heading 2. Server versions. Yeah, 2 is too big. And really, it's part of cluster status, isn't it? So, shouldn't render versions be part of render cluster status? Uh-oh. Oh, render versions. Oops. Don't need to rebuild. I'm in JavaScript. There is no building in JavaScript. So when I disconnect, it goes away. Nice. Sweet. Might be done for the day. This is probably a good stopping point, right? So I can upload packages. I can remove them. I can list the versions. I haven't done this one. Maybe I'll save that for tomorrow. That'll be fun. With a single... What I want to have is... It'll show the versions of code in there. Like, let's upload 1, and then we'll upload it again and call it 2. And then we'll just simply refresh this guy. What I want to have it do is, in addition to show me what the available versions are, I want to have it show me what versions each server in the cluster is actually running, and I want to be able to have a, I don't know, some kind of control to tell it to change versions, and it would do this automatically, remove it from the cluster, and then add it back with the new version. So really, change is more like remove server from the cluster, add the server back to the cluster with a new with a different version. Yeah, it was fun, Bugfound. Hope you guys had fun watching. We'll be doing that tomorrow, and actually, when it might be ready to just leave the prototyping stage for this and do the real thing, which will be using a binary WebSocket message instead of a JSON text one. And actually, most of the other machinery will stay the same. I'll just comment it and clean it up, do some refactoring, and actually, you know what I also want to do? In addition to changing one version, I kind of want to have change the entire cluster with one button. Although it's kind of dangerous. I need to think about that. So I'll probably be adding more automation to the tools, to either the admin console or to the scripts here. And so that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. If that's interesting to you, then please come back. I stream from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific. In the meantime, I have a Discord. I've been trying recently to put together the plan for the next day, the night before. So if you were to go to my notebook now, it just ends in today's stream, but I'll be hitting that plus page button and adding the one for tomorrow with sort of a plan for tomorrow. Later tonight, I'll set that up. And that's about it. I hope you guys enjoyed. Let me go peek off screen to see who's streaming right now that we can go host. You guys want to check out John Games' game? He's working in Unity on a mobile game where you are the root system of a tree, and your goal is to get to the water and collecting all of the fertilizer. And the levels get progressively more difficult to solve. So it's like a puzzle game, kind of like an idle puzzle game for the phone. I kind of liked it. I would play it if I was on the train or something and had, that it's that kind of game. And a game to where you need something to just keep you occupied. So if you're like, have nothing else to do. So we'll go say hi to John. So I don't know, host or raid? We can raid him. Raiding John Games. All right, there we go. We are going to raid John very soon. So yeah, see you guys tomorrow. And enjoy John. See ya.